Good morning, and I'm very happy to see you all today. I am Anastasia Vestinska. I'm director of European-Ukrainian Energy Agency, and today, the whole day, we will speak about recovery in communities and municipalities. And before we start, I would like to say that we cannot speak about recovery, not mentioning that we have all this now, we have this opportunity, and we have the opportunity of the recovery thanks to the armed forces. And before we start, I would like to commemorate the memories of all defenders who gave their lives and the lives of the civil people, the lives of whom this war taken. Thank you. Some organizational issue
can actually have the translation. You can have the headphones in the room, so if you need them, please take, because the conference will be in Ukrainian, but you have the simultaneous translation. Так. Європейсько-українське енергетичне агентство.
So European-Ukrainian Energy Agency organizes such events that we call Energy Days for 16 years already, and as long as our organization exists, and every day we try to raise the most relevant topics for energy efficiency, and these are the main topics that we deal with. And just recently we had a conference about investments of the renewable energy in Berlin, because this year we selected another format than always. Today, now we do the second event, and we are happy to to close this 6-day and 6 energy day format, and it was the energy efficiency on communities. And so, not to slow down, I will give the floor to our deputy head of the board of European-Ukrainian Energy Agency, Olena Stupak, please. Thank you, Nastya. Good morning to all. And for 16 years, but it always as a first time. So on the 2nd of September 2009, the founders of European Ukrainian Energy Agency, they gathered to create this company. So people were thinking it was impossible to deal with energy, and but since then we started, we passed the pandemics and the years of war, and nobody taught us how to work in these conditions. But we not only live, but we create within the resources that we have within our possibilities. And today I have the honor to open a very special 16 European-Ukrainian Energy Day, and in Berlin, the participants said that we are courageous people that invest in our energy independence and develop our potential. They believe in Ukrainian future. And today in Kyiv and with us online, don't forget about our online viewers. And we start the second and within this 16th Energy Days event. So today we will try to rethink the Ukraine and to find potential in the recovery of communities. And today we have the representatives of communities, international organizations that are not indifferent what will happen with us in this new Ukraine. Let's reimagine Ukraine. We'll talk a lot about challenges and the needs, how we can unite around them. And I would like to thank sincerely to managers, to people of associations, to speakers, to sponsors, to partners, and of course the girls from EUEA. The girls, you are the best. We do everything, and we cannot do it without defenders. Without them, it would not be possible. Thank you that you are today with us. And not going away from our agenda, we just moved a bit, but I would like to invite for this speech the head of State Agency for Restoration and Development, Sergei Sokoplin. Good morning, and today we will speak about the recovery and alternative energy. Just to understand, when we started to work with the team in the agency, it was important for us what was complex recovery, especially in distant settlements. We understand that we learned the phrase recovery means we should build better, and so the building which is destroyed, we need to pass through thermal isolation with solar panels and batteries to give a bit of energy independence. But in my mind, it's only 10% of what should be meant into the complex recovery of settlements. The task is much bigger. We need not only just to make people come back into cozy apartment, but we need that in this community they will feel themselves as those where they can develop, as their children can develop. And so it's a complex work for cultural sports development of children, security, and many components for recovery. It's reliable heat and water supply and all other infrastructure and treatment of waste. And when we split it in these clusters, we saw 8 clusters, and for a long time we couldn't understand and find the model through which we can reach this complex recovery, and we should have the KPIs. And so we looked at the European directives, and we took a lot of from European directives. But today I would like to be concentrated more on. So we have a heating season that will come and winter, and so these are things that were more in fashion some 10 years ago: alternative energy, decentralized energy efficiency, and this is what can save Ukrainian cities today. And first of all, I would like to thank our partners, those who joined for the help of Ukrainian cities. There are some good news and some bad news. So a huge number of equipment gas turbine stations, solar stations, heat pumps were transferred to communities, and some of the equipment works in the communities, and they assure security to pass a heating season this year. And I hope it will be the most difficult for the whole history of Ukraine. But there is a better news, because we have 180 megawatt of gas turbine and heat pipes are not installed until now. So there are several questions about financing, and I would like to put them away. Maybe financing I would like to look at the end, but at the beginning I would like to look at the competencies of the communities who ordered this equipment. We don't have actually the single platform of donors that can do the expertise and provide assistance in the volume that we require. And after this, and then we can speak about finances only after. So for the last months, based on our group we were speaking about with Kharkiv energy department. We were looking at the heat supply system in Kharkiv, and we found some options how to do it, but we understand that all our procedures that we have in the country, the technical conditions and technical specifications, at least they push us back for at least 1 year. But we needed to switch Kharkiv for 2 months, and we understand in Kharkiv it's possible for completely some other city, I would not name the name, UNICEF and GIZ, they provided equipment for millions of Europe, and the community close to the front has not money to install it, and they don't know what to do, and the equipment is in the storage. So we develop a new scheme for connection and development, and we found out that we don't need a 56 megawatt, but only 23 megawatts, and with this in this scheme, the connection will cost only 20 million hryvnias, but we should follow the procedures. We have the city of Shostka that wrote a letter to cabinet ministers that we needed to find money to install boilers for 60 megawatts. When we recalculated Shostka, and we saw where we can build, and we found they need maximum 30 megawatts. And these megawatts they have from donors who gave them, and they can just shift and replace, and 30 million we will supply heat for Shostka. And I just speak that sometimes we don't have the expertise at the entrance, and we don't have the coordination of donors for donor assistance. It's a very important moment, and we have a lot of resources that are lost, and we don't use it. As for the other things, and based on this equipment and this experience, we presented to the cabinet of ministers. And I would like to say that for the last 2 weeks, every second day we have meetings. And there will be 3 resolutions where there will be changes. And I think that this week and next week there will be changes in Resolution 1312, 879, and other resolutions that will give the Gramadas to install this equipment without additional procedures, and very fast, and with a declarative principle to launch huge gas piston stations and mobile boilers, and so we see that the National Committee form tariffs. Also, they change their resolutions. So we see these painful points, and think that in some 10 days there will be a huge simplification of for connection and through for all equipment that was provided by donors. And we see that lots of businesses they invested in these products a lot of money. I will not name the community. We have a close to front Gromada. It stands still for 2 months. They cannot launch it for 30 megawatts because of the procedure documents. So for sure we can simplify it right now. It will be the huge simplification of all procedures, and Gromadas they will feel a huge relief to pass this heating system. And as for the experience and how the agency is working, I will not speak about the examples. Just a small example. Mykolaiv water supply, when state supplied 8 billion hryvnias, and the project cost 7.8 billion, and in February. The project started in 28th August. 5,000 cubic meters started, and we added a lot of options, and the economy, the savings was 2.4 billion hryvnias to launch the first phase of the project, and we started the second phase of the project, and we started to build water treatment capacities, and we will commission on the 2nd December first phase, and the second phase will be in January. There will be super modern water treatment, and also as water pumping stations. We build already solar panel stations that will save 15% of economy, and all after these buildings and after Sakyada protection, and after all the construction, we will have the 600-700 million hryvnias of the amount that was provided by the state. And so today in the agency we created centers of expertise with 5 fields, and we involved a lot of very qualified specialists. I want to thank our partners that helped us for us as the agencies by consultants and the expertise that helps the agency to make very efficient projects and help Ukraine. So thanks a lot to the organizers and to the municipalities. I would like to wish success and learning. That's what we need just to make our country efficient. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sergey. I would like to add a bit very important information for the communities. Actually, in summer, we started working on the resolution that will give support to communities, because still in our country we have inherited lots of issues from the Soviet times. For example, tariff setting, and very often, you know, actually the profits are mainly calculated on a very in a very old fashion. For us, it was very important to take into account the new trends, how tendering procedures are organized normally at the level of communities. And the cost of materials sometimes is much higher than its real price. That's why in the cost estimates, sometimes we see very many issues of this kind. Why we don't have such a large-scale presence of the European international companies, The point is that very many companies globally are not ready to put money in the materials when they make cost estimates for this or that facility. And also it's very important also to work on this, and this year we have already published this resolution. As the name of it is transparent tariff setting, cost estimates, and for us it's very important to understand. It will be more understandable for the global community, and Ukraine will be more attractive for its businesses in Ukraine. Thank you. Thank you. We understand that your agency is so much committed to all the objectives to be met, and we understand we are really busy with different issues in engaging international partners. And now Jocelyn Cornet, the head of the Reconstruction of the Energy Infrastructure and Environment in Ukraine. The floor is yours, Jocelyn.
Good morning to all. I will speak English. My Ukrainian is very, very, very bad. Right, sorry. Next time, maybe next year. So I'm in charge of the reconstruction portfolio in the EU delegation. We have two colleagues here in the room, Pierre-Yves and Torsten. Cannot introduce Torsten anymore. They will actually support also the different panels here. So thank you very much, Elena. Thank you, Sergei, for your words, about reconstruction in Ukraine. We want to rebuild better, greener, and closer to the EU, and that's for future generations. So, of course, we have money. The Ukraine facility, we have actually a number of programs that you can see in the medias, but we're talking about values and standards here. Transparent institutions, fair competition, I will come back to this, green solutions, and decisions that serve citizens. So we need to find a balance between quick achievements, as it was mentioned by Sergei, basic services to be repaired, repairing schools, hospitals, roads, energy, that are often under attack, but also to have a transparent governance, efficient allocation and use of resources, and scaling up projects to European and global standards. So, of course, when you talk about recovery, it should start at local level, as this was reflected. The recovery happens locally. It passes through local initiative and local decisions. And we have few actors, plenty of actors at local level. We have Romadas, we have the city councils, the OSBBs, utilities, SMEs, school and hospital directors as well. I'm very surprised when I go in the regions, the ideas that the directors can have for their own hospitals. So we have few programs. As you may know, we have Youth Recovery to help municipalities and businesses to restore services, not only in Western Ukraine, mainly in Eastern Ukraine. In Zaporizhzhia, we have plenty of projects, for instance. We have launched last week the EU for Construction. It's a capacity building program, and it's a bit of software of our programs and going beyond software for reconstruction in Ukraine. My colleague Pierre-Yves will actually provide some details here, but basically it's to support the public investment management, having green procurement system in place, support SADI under the leadership of Sergei, and really to have this bottom-top approach, in terms of capacities for the Romadas to build and manage their public investment at local level. We have ULEAD, which is a decentralization process that support that we are providing, that has shown, is usefulness, in the last phase, and we have launched also a new phase. My favorite program, the Energy Efficiency Fund, where we support OSBBs. Participated last week in the forum of the OSBBs, and you see how vibrant, the OSBBs are together with actually a few ideas to reshape their mandate, to modernize buildings, under the leadership, cut energy use, and also having some green energy solutions. So, how programs with EU funding, we need really to equip communities to take ownership and reconstruction and design solutions that are based on their needs. When you look at the enlargement report that was released in October, we recognize as a Commission the progress made on reforms on public investment management. But we recognize as well that reconstruction, recovery, and EU accession go together. We need to have proper governance, I'm going to repeat it again, financial discipline and sustainability, right, in all the activities that is taking place in the reconstruction sector. So it's important that we progress on public investment management, local and central level. We work on having a project pipeline every year in every sector with transparent criteria and rely on the DREAM system. The DREAM system is a dream for me. When I looked at the website, I have plenty of information of the initiatives that the ministry has or Romada has. And then you can actually guide the discussions with the Romada, which program actually we could mobilize to address the needs. The Ukraine facility, I'm not sure that you know it by heart. I would assume yes, but let me say a few words on this. We have this Ukraine investment framework, which is one of the pillars of the facility, and we try to de-risk and catalyze investment in some key sectors: energy, transport, municipal and social infrastructure. And actually, it's already bearing some fruits. We have a number of projects that actually have shown some results, for the benefit of the citizens. I will say a few words about the reforms in the construction sector. The reconstruction will only succeed if the construction sector in Ukraine changes. We need to have standards. Revising the standards, that are harmonized. We need to have standards, that doesn't change from one Romada to the other when you launch a tender. We must use the digitalization for permits, the extensive use of DREAM, and we need to have also independent supervision of any works that are being done. Integrity, of course. Construction is high risk for corruption. We need to have open competition, clear project selection, transparent contract management, and strong oversight of works. Here, I believe that there is some work to be done with the Ministry of Development, with the different associations, your association, Alena, and with the Guild of Engineers, how we can reshape the engineering market here. Of course, we need to have capacity support for engineers. I mean, if you change standards, right, you need to make sure that the one designing some projects actually are fully familiar with the standards to have harmonized cost estimates, harmonized bill of quantities. And we need to work also with the universities. You cannot have a new generation of engineers using standards that are not EU aligned, right? And I think that there is a room for discussion here. now I can say a few words about new pricing rules for construction. So there is a new government resolution, how to determine construction cost in wartime. That's fine. We really need to make sure that we find a balance between short-term needs. We need to rush into providing home for the people who need it, but at the same time, to make sure that the reforms are in place. I will give you an example. In my previous posting, working as an engineer, when I arrived in this country, I will not name it, we had some issues in terms of price inflation for civil works. And the reasons were different standards used by different clients, and then fragmentations of the market, the same construction players, engineering side or constructors as well. And there was a big push from the government to harmonize the standards, to have templates for engineering services, templates for construction works being established under one of our programs. And then a price monitoring. So if you look at the different tenders, you encode, your price, for the bill of quantities, and you actually check, you compare the price from one tender to the other. Then you have a trend, then you know how you can estimate your budget. In 3 years, we have reduced the cost of any civil works by 30%, right? And I really believe that is possible in Ukraine. It will open the market as well, because new players with harmonized standards, right, with templates that are predictable, visible online, they will understand that, well, we can enter into the market here, because basically we have a framework established, harmonized framework around Ukraine. And I think that with Europe for Construction and Ministry and SADI, we can work on that together with the private sector and the universities. So here, the National Price Database and the codifier for construction materials is actually a very good initiative. We need to front load, this activity in order to use it as soon as possible. We have going to organize some talks about works that's done under one of our programs related to public financial management, EU4PFM. That will be the 12th of December. I think that anybody who wants to be invited, you're welcome. We will focus on procurement of works under the new law with a Lithuanian experience, price revision, which is also a big topic, and design and build works. Let me also conclude on the role of business and partnerships here. We need associations like yours, right? We need to have this dialogue with the private sector in order actually to make this sector greener, more transparent, as I mentioned. We need to understand the constraint that you have, right? That needs to be resonated also to the EU, right? Through the Guild of Engineers, but also outside of it. So we need to have such a dialogue, right? So that will be probably also one of the few activities that we need to establish with very technical topics, in 2026. So the message here is that when business and communities can work together with the ministry, with the agency, with the EU and other partners, I think we can do the reconstruction much faster and more sustainable, right? So from our side, we're at your disposal today, tomorrow, and after tomorrow, because we are here together to reconstruct Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you, Jocelyn. Thank you for inspiring words, for the list of reforms for our to-do list. And thank you, of course, for all the support from the European Union that we are receiving. Тепер, власне, ми дуже хотіли чимось надихнутися цього.
So today we wanted to inspire you because everyone is doing something, calculating, reforming, and in this big bulb we lose ourselves. So, with a bigger pleasure, I would like to invite. We are so happy that we have Yevhen Hlibovytsky today, and he's got so many roles. I would like to tell you some of them. So he's the director of the Frontier Institute, and he is a professor of Ukrainian Catholic University. And for the last 20 years, Mr. Hlibovytsky studies the transformation of Ukrainian society. In this process, he tries to go away from monosectoral approaches and connect all these aspects of this our life in some big unified picture. So let's think over today, and we will think today with the topic of Mr. Hlibovytsky, the audacity of living over surviving Ukraine as a solution. Thank you very much. So I have the feeling of dissonance between what we say. I have this feeling that the dissonance between what we speak about and what we later cannot implement such conversations. And for the last 20 years, I was always thinking, why are we so cool and successful and advanced, but we cannot achieve in no way the results that we want. So, and actually, it became a professional challenge for me, and I decided that I wanted to devote my life to understand what is the problem, where it lies. And the thing I came to you with today, this is the result of this work for all these years. And this is what I would like to add to our common picture today. So what we see on this curve, it's an average life expectancy, and the life expectancy is an integral indicator where you have everything. In the average life expectancy, you have the quality of education, quality of drinkable water, level of criminality, relations between children and parents, all spheres of life are included there. But please tell me, can we envisage this? It's like legislation work today in Ukraine. You push on the button, but nothing happens. So let's go to the end of this slide, because every click is animation. So actually, the question is, when we look at what is the average life expectancy of Ukraine for the last 150 years, the whole history of Ukraine is in this life expectancy. There is a Holodomor and the loss of independence, repressions, and Chernobyl, and so everything. And it is reflected in many aims. Many modes. When people die, it's one mode, but to the contrary to Europeans, people do not live longer. and the life expectancy is even didn't grow, but it goes low now, and even the men they started to live less. And in this curve, we see very clearly what Ukraine loses. First of all, so we lose people, we lose human capital, and if we look at the global ratings. So Ukrainian place just estimated by institutions and our system of rules, our place will be 120s, 30s, 150s. We will be in the middle of the second 100. But if we look at where we have our infrastructure, we will be at the hundreds. Position our pipelines, electric grids, roads, airports, and so we will be in the middle of world list. But if we look at the human capital, we will be in the highest quarter of nations on the planet. So this difference between results shows actually that we have something wrong. So of course we have the set of rules for sure. They are Soviet. They come from a bad system, but there are people there that can change it. But what do we do with our people? We eliminate them. We push them into the trenches. At the moment when they can work in the institutes, when the system could have the formal relations, but not people. And when we speak about this line, it shows very clearly what happens with the people. People start to live less. And it is maybe the biggest strategic outcome of for Ukraine. We will come out of the war. Maybe Russia will break, the political system will break, but this problem will not disappear because it will not go anyway. It will, because it is not only has the origin of totalitarian age, but it's a systematic problem. And I assume, and in this room, you have, you know, this person. He is interesting because he was born in New York. He lived his life in Australia, and he was heading in Australia the system of prevention of suicides. And to 2015. He was the only among those when he came to Ukraine, when Ukraine called for people who can rehabilitate anti-terrorist organization, Operation Warriors. And he saw in Ukraine something that that nobody saw because he had a Ukrainian origin, ethnic origin, and he knew something different because he said, you see, it's difficult to put people back into society because the society is traumatized, and when we put people into the society, we traumatize them double. And if in developed countries, PTSD, it's professional disorder of a very precise professional group like firefighters or military. But in Ukraine, this is split over big millions of people, and it means that we speak about very broad, very serious trauma, which is blocking the development actually. And I tried to describe this trauma and reduce it to two traumas. First of them is a totalitarian trauma. So it appears actually because the state controls every aspect. of life, and even the state controls if the person is living. If the state starts thinking that you do not live, you cannot do anything, because resources of state they are so concentrated as they can break any will. And once the professor of Seoul University came to me when I was doing presentation on Ukrainian political culture, and he said it's so interesting because the southern Koreans they were more relaxed, and so northern Koreans they were more entrepreneurial. And what if you have the unlimited resources from the state, which can be put to make pressure on the citizen, and if the state is not accountable, and it can break the will. And this is the fear that is in the culture of all Ukrainians. So there are some manifestations. The Ukrainians they afraid the leadership, because the leader is one who can bring the evil, and we have the distorted vision what is right and not right. So if the state is not breaking the rule, if the state breaking the rules, so breaking the rules is not something bad. So if the rights, if the rules started to kill the people, the corruption becomes a method of survival, but not evil. And the Western people, they do not understand. So to fight the corruption, we needed to give the security to the people. So if the developer feels that the following the rules, it will reduce the survival. The developer will use will break the rules, and the margin will go into the labor hours. And so second point is the social trauma, starting from Hetman times and end of Hetman times, and until the beginning of independence. Ukraine didn't have the self-government bodies. It means so the only managerial decisions. If you are in Ukrainian culture, you can do it in the families. But so you can make a career. You can go into authorities, but you will not be self-governed. You will become someone like Sergei Korolev, like all other statement. So you can have a good career, but you will not be self-governed. So the only thing where you will be taught how to manage it will be higher Communist Party school of management, and it means you have a party ticket in your pocket, and you do not show you are really very single people like Yukhnovsky. They managed to pass through this meal, keeping their unique talents. And when you see these traumas, they paint the trajectory that is created in Ukraine. So we got the independence not as a result of independence movement that will make us continue and develop it. We got it from the communist consensus with an indicator to the democracy. Democrats were telling what we need, and communists they adjusted it to their needs. And since 1991 until 2014, when the Ukrainian subjectivity does not exist, we have the shell, but we don't have the feeling. And this situation, this challenge creates the limitations that we see, systematic limitations that we see now in this country, and it shows how big is the crisis and how we cannot even observe it. And in 2014, I was heading a group very interesting expert group that was working on government strategy and youth policy, and we entered a huge amount of data. So it was the data before the war. Not to say that the war was influenced us a lot. So the age group 22-29 years, so it's very huge group, because this is the locomotive of consumer economy. They spend their money of their families, and they borrowed money, they buy their apartments, washing machines, they give birth of their children, they give money to them. But if the group falls out, the economy of the country starts to go down. So we see 1.3 million of these people, and then we have the group of 15-19, 1.8 million, and in 10 years these people become these people, and just because of changes in the numbers we have minus 1.3 million just on the spot. There is no migration, no deportation of children, or just taking people abroad. What happens? That's why we had to oppose to the decision on children 18-22, because the child who goes out at 17 years until 22, the child will be socialized in another society, and there are no chances that this child will come back. So there is a question how to save the groups that we can save, and what does it mean that we will go on a road down. So the demographic problem is serious, but it will not disappear. But it is not just a demographic. If we look at why people go out, they leave the country because of this feeling of anxiety, not because of the war. We had the same problem of migration before the war. So in other words, people see that the economy is bad, or the war is just a reason, but not the result.
Це є карта, яку я взяв з звіту Світового банку за 2010 рік. Це є карта, дуже цікава карта, це є карта динаміки світності. Супутники пролітають над поверхнею України і фотографують нічну поверхню, і далі накладають фотографії. І червоним кольором позначене зростання інтенсивності поверхневого освітлення, жовтим – помірне зростання інтенсивності, сірим – помірний спад і темно-синім – суттєвий спад. І те, що ми з вами в результаті бачимо, ми з вами бачимо, як виглядає, по суті, карта вимирання країни. Тобто ми бачимо, що світло концентрується в великих містах, і це логічно, процес урбанізації продовжується. Так? А ми з вами так само бачимо, як вимирають гігантські сільські простори: Дніпропетровська область, Полтавська область, Харківська, Донбас і так далі. Це можна сказати, що це процес урбанізації, навіщо нам стільки колгоспників, тепер можуть дрони літати, значить, і посипати ці поля і так далі. Проблема є в іншому. Проблема є в тому, що сільське населення – це так само акумулятор культури. І якщо ми з вами говоримо про те, що український людський капітал є настільки важливим, і що українці є настільки спроможними, тому що вони українці, то от, власне, акумулятор цієї українськості сидить там, де все закінчується зараз. І якщо ми з вами дивимося на те, як виглядає подальша зміна в Україні, то ми бачимо, що є дуже різні динаміки. На заході України життя є вздовж трас. На півдні тільки в 3 обласних центрах. Дуже цікаво виглядає ситуація. Отут, якщо ми візьмемо коло Київ, Чернігів, Суми, Харків, Полтава, Кременчук, Черкаси, Біла Церква, всередині ви бачите, що є багато життя. Але ми з вами, наприклад, в національному дискурсі про це нічого не чуємо. От вам постгеноцидний синдром. Економічне зростання не корелюється з накопиченням соціального капіталу. І в результаті те, що відбувається, зростання доходів у цій зоні, слабо корелюється з інституційними змінами. І в результаті ми з вами бачимо, як по-різному розгортається ця криза, але всюди це криза. І якщо ми з вами будемо говорити про будь-яке міграційне рішення, мігранти не їдуть в села, мігранти їдуть в міста. І, відповідно, будь-яке міграційне рішення буде означати, що? Воно буде означати, що ми будемо ще більше концентруватися в містах. Ми перетворюємося на країну з низькою густотою населення, і ми перетворюємося на країну на фронтирі. І в зв'язку з цим у нас є багато питань. Ми пішли американським шляхом. Якщо ви хочете мати якість життя, у вас є цілий набір податків, які ви мусите сплатити. Наприклад, ви мусите сплатити податок на постійне енергозабезпечення у вигляді встановлення або панелей, або встановлення акумуляторів, або ще щось. Плюс 5 тисяч. Ви, скорше за все, не будете довіряти тому, що держава вас забезпечить громадським транспортом. Значить, ми ще додаємо до цього податку ще 5 або 10 тисяч на автомобіль. І так далі, і так далі, і так далі. І тоді виникає питання, чи ми з вами можемо розв'язати проблему трагедії спільнот? Чи ми з вами можемо досягати синергії, коли ми разом приймаємо якісь рішення, які здешевлюють транзакційну вартість нашого життя? Чи ми з вами будуємо маленькі обійстя, маленькі хуторки довкола себе, які з усіх боків оточені високим парканом, це перше, що ви бачите при будівництві, і які таким чином починають відображати недовіру українців один до одного. Наступний слайд. Довіра, інституційна довіра – це основний показник, який показує в Україні, це як пульс, це як тиск, це як температура тіла. Це базовий показник, який показує, чи в Україні добре, чи погано йдуть справи. Я взяв показник останній передвоєнний, грудень 21-го року, Київський міжнародний інститут соціології, і ми чітко бачимо 3 зони. У нас є перша зона – клік. А можете клікнути, будь ласка? Ой, дякую дуже. Ми маємо першу зону. Це є зелена зона, де висока довіра. Тобто ми від кількості тих, хто довіряє, віднімаємо кількість тих, хто не довіряє. І що ми тут бачимо? Тут Збройні сили України, волонтери, звичайні люди, такі самі, як ми, церква і громадянське суспільство. Це ті, хто прийдуть вас рятувати, якщо у вас буде біда. Це ті, хто дасть вам прихисток, це ті, хто буде до вас ставитися з емпатією. Далі. Далі ми маємо ті, в кому ми не впевнені. І там поліція, там НАБУ, там українська преса. Може воно буде добре, а може воно вам боком вилізе. Невідомо. Бачите, поліцейського краще на всякий випадок перейти на інший бік вулиці. Відповідно, ми маємо тут зону тих, в кому ми не впевнені. Далі у нас є зона дуже високого рівня недовіри. Президент України, уряд України, парламент України – мінус 23, мінус 46, мінус 56. Ці показники роблять врядування фактично неможливим, воно паралізоване. Що робить українське суспільство? Воно бере і воно забирає цю інституційну довіру. Новація українського суспільства, яке навчилося виживати, є дуже простою. Оскільки влада фундаментально не навчилася бути підзвітною, тобто вона в своїй місії не переслідує інтереси суспільства, суспільство навчилося розчленяти, розпаровувати переважно дуже добре скорельовані показники довіри і популярності. Популярність може бути високою, а довіра мінімальною. І в цих умовах фактично ми маємо номінальну владу, чия влада реальна закінчується з порогом їхнього будинку. Вони можуть передавати розпорядження, вони можуть вимагати щось і так далі. Але єдиний спосіб, яким чином вони можуть ефективно посилити свою вертикаль, це якщо ця вертикаль буде співпадати з корупційною вертикаллю. І це практично означає, що до того моменту, доки ми не вирішимо фундаментальну проблему довіри, до того моменту ми з вами не вирішимо проблему корупції. Ми з вами не вирішимо проблему якості врядування. І, відповідно, єдине, що гірше від центрального уряду, це росіяни.
As we don't address the issues of trust. For us, it's very important also to see how this problem can be addressed. Next slide, please.
Як ця проблема виглядає в динаміці?
how this problem
Дивіться, що
looks
воно
in
стане.
dynamics.
У нас, по великому рахунку, є три типи
Actually, we have
інституцій.
three groups of
Ті,
institutions.
що дають безпеку,
Those who
інституції,
actually
які
provide
забезпечують
safety and security,
і,
institutions and transformation, and central institutions is the last group. In 2022, Ukrainian society said, we don't have any society, any state. We delegate everything to the trust. And in 2022, really, we have a very high increase in trust. Then, Ukrainian administration, in the situation where they were supposed to have more reforms, they decided to work more on popularity rather than working on national laws that will be very important for the state. And actually, we know that counter offense actually did not reach the goals. And we see also that on the graph, we see that 2023 is a decline of the trust in all the groups. But in 2025, we have actually we see that there is more trust to the donors of security, and then they go to plateau, and the others actually trust to them goes down. How actually we work on this? There is OECD. OECD provided recommendations how to enhance efficiency of the government institutions in the government. Next slide, please. I actually translated this slide into Ukrainian because people, our Anglophones, do know this topic pretty well. And here changes of two competencies and three values, and all these could enhance the trust. Competencies, sensitiveness, actually delivery of the oriented services to the population which will be in line with their expectations. And I had a very interesting talk once. You know what is our problem? We have actually a lot of American serials. And people very often go to Ukrainian judicial system and have the same expectations. So it means no detective serials to be in Ukraine. For us, changes in expectations, the development of the human capital, when, for example, when they have climatic control in our apartments, but the national standards are behind, for example, because sometimes they encounter problems how to have the air conditioning system on the outside wall of the building because there are certain problems. Capacities of administrations too low to reduce infinitiveness. You know, for example, it's interesting. Today, actually, we communicate to those who are Ukrainians who are abroad. Today, we send them that for those who are not registered are not supposed to be delivered consulate services. And we understand we should work more. What is important also that bureaucrats should be sufficiently secure and then he will be ready to defend the standards and much wider principles. So it means this civil servant should have adequate social package, should have adequate remuneration for his work, but this was not in place in Ukraine. For us, it's also important to understand also how general plans are worked out, how we do zoning, how consistency, what is really lacking when we provide policy papers and then implement them. The issue here is that it is important that for us it's important not to reconstruct. For us it's important to construct. And really, for us it will be something that will look better, that will be better designed. Previous slide, please. I understand that for us it's important we should redesign our life, and this means that then we will construct something new. Thank you. Thank you very much, Yevhen. Colleagues, now we'll switch to the main panel discussion. I hope that you had enough time to think over on your talks. I invite the first model will be moderated on the international instrument. I invite Mr. Torsten. Well, your part. Please take a seat on the stage. Please take any seat you like. And I also invite our speakers, Alla Kinchak, from the Ministry of Environment and Agriculture, Kristina Mikulova, head of the European Investment Bank Regional Office, Maria Kovalganchar, Program Coordinator for Public Finance and Infrastructure, the Embassy of Switzerland, Hanna Zamazeva, the head of the State Agency on Energy Efficiency and Energy Saving Conservation, Alena Smirnova, head of the Swedbank in Ukraine, and Pierre-Yves Bielot, Program Manager, Ukraine Investment Framework. The floor is open to Torsten. Thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation. Я зараз перейду на англійську мову. Тобто у нас буде певний баланс в частині використання мови.
For all of us, after such deep analysis, to talk about what we are doing and to try to see how this fits in the big picture. But I'm very glad that we have this very representative top-class panel, because what we are trying to do with project preparation is not only to drive down cost, which is very important, which also Jocelyn mentioned, but it's also to increase the level of trust. And just as a personal remark before starting, this is also one of the remarks that I have heard quite a lot, and I also experienced myself living here, that the level of trust in Ukraine is probably much lower than in many other countries where I lived. Because the trust systems they may be different trust systems. In some societies, it's the family. In others, it's the neighborhood, like in the US. In some, it's the state, like, I don't know, in Sweden. or it can be a religion, but Ukraine really needs to build trust. And anything that we can do to help building trust is positive for the country. And anything that is being done to destroy trust is bad for the country, no matter under which pretext and for which reason. So I hope that we, with our panel, can contribute to building trust. And I would very much like to invite Alkin Shak to start with her presentation. The purpose is to present the different options for project preparation. What is available to communities, to businesses, to prepare projects in a way that they can be implemented effectively, that they can be financed, etc. So, Ale, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Дуже дякую, Торстен, дякую.
Thank you very much, Torsten. Thank you for the organizers for the nice opportunity to communicate and to network. It's also important to mention that it's for us it's important not to reconstruct but to construct from scratches, and the key aspect of this construction, as Torsten said, is trust. Trust is built on the mechanisms. They are known pretty well for all of us. And in this context, project preparation and project drafting is the key issue. And for us, it's important to empower capacities at all the levels, national level, local level, and to prepare high-quality programs and projects that will be built when we will do a real construction of new cities and towns and new realities for our citizens. On the part of the ministry, I would like to say that we are actively engaged and implement the ongoing programs. We have the program with the national government, Ukraine First. It is implemented in support of the European Commission and the European Investment Bank. TPF is another issue. It's a pretty well-known abbreviation. It's capacity building of the national bodies in project preparation. Also, the reform of public investment management also now is in focus. Actually, two levels of assessment are engaged, that is sectoral level and then three ministry level expertise, which will try to analyze consistency of these projects. And currently, in the end of September, August, we have actually renewed the project portfolio, 195 initiatives, 131 is the project, 65 are the programs on public investments. And these, they are at different phases, some of them actually in the very early phases. Some of them are in a more advanced phases in order technical feasibility studies to be prepared, because some programs and projects are very scalable. And no doubt it's important also to identify what will be the financial resources. And project documentation to be also prepared in order to reach the mapped out objectives. all these projects and programs actually have been approved. We have approved 4 projects already, 1 in transport, 2 in health sector, and we will see how the proposed instruments will work. PPF also, it is proposed to use these approaches at local level. Coordinated approaches will be very important because all these will build up the framework for all the actors and in approval we also have certain tasks that have been approved by the government. Actually, the expertise center is approved and how we should really implement this exercise. Also, with support of the World Bank support, we worked on the concept on the 3-level systems that will cover both national and local level. And these expertise centers really will be the centers of initiation of programs.
Якісні проекти. В дальшому
It will help the local self-government bodies to prepare high-quality portfolios that will be the basis of local investment programs, and it will help to involve more money, and if the documents are well prepared. Actually, at the beginning of December, the public presentation of this concept is planned, and all stakeholders will be invited for discussion. It will be an open public event where all interested parties will be able to participate, and we will be interested also to create a concept that we will be able to present to the government. And since the beginning of the next year, we plan to implement at the regional level, and the concept says that at the level of regions, such floors should be the agencies of regional development, because these are existing institutions, because they have some experience in of development and participation in the competitions. And in our opinion, this is the best starting floor that will be able to take the functions of expert organizations. Also, we plan to create and on the level of the state, inside the ministry, the certification center that will consider and confirm the level of experts, and we will have the database of experts in this field, and they will provide services to all stakeholders and institutions, so that to train and to prepare and introduce efficient projects. So, for this year was a bit of a methodology year. We adopted the main legislatory acts, and the next year we plan to devote to capacity building, to training, increasing of institutional capacities for all levels. That is why I invite all to participate in the consultations and implement the tasks that are in front of us. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Answer session after the presentations, but there will be one notable exception because Christina has to leave soon. So I would ask Christina to give her presentation, and then also to take 1 or 2 questions if you have time before leaving, if that's okay.
Дуже дякую. І я ще
Thank you very much. And I am the net mayor of all translators, and because my combination of English and Ukrainian, it will not be today. But today I will go to English.
Thank you, colleagues, partners, distinguished audience, for having me on the panel today. I'm a development banker, and I think a lot in terms of figures. The development euro, the development hryvnia, EU guarantees that protect from risk all of our projects here in Ukraine. I think a lot in terms of currencies, but the only currency we are talking about today is the intangible currency of public trust. And I'd like to start with two stories. My previous posting was in Lebanon, and I arrived in 2023 when the local crisis, energy crisis, financial crisis, crisis in institutions was really peaking. Électricité du Liban was providing almost no electricity to the population. There were full blackouts in certain parts of the country, certain parts of the capital city, and those of you who know Beirut as this party town, the entire strip of clubs at the coast was silent, it was dark, and people thought the spirit of this country is gone. And now, what happened afterwards? In the course of the next 2 years of my posting, the whole country, installed generators, but also almost completely solarized. And for a country like Lebanon that has 4 million people plus 1.5 million Syrian refugees, perhaps this is a little bit easier to do, but still it was amazing to witness such speed and such innovation under difficult circumstances. Now, what is the downside of that story? The population did it almost entirely by itself, of course, with the help of donors, international partners, financiers, but not with the help of public authorities. That was a population that lost trust that the government could do anything for them. Now, what I see here in Ukraine is very different. Despite the fact that we have had quite a few difficult conversations over the past 2 weeks about public trust, about the use of public funds, about wrongdoing, about misconduct, what I'm seeing is that public authorities, in fact, are taking responsibility. And the anti-corruption agencies that, among other things, the public protests saved in the summer are doing their job. So for me, if you compare these two stories, there's quite a lot of hope here in Ukraine. So what is our contribution? As the European Investment Bank, the EU bank that works shoulder to shoulder with the European Commission, with EU member states, Team Europe, almost all of the partners here on this panel. I would like to divide my contribution into two parts. What do we do on the regional and local level with communities? And what do we do on the national level in the more systemic efforts that Ms. Ala talked about when it comes to the single project pipeline, scalable, large projects that will be really imperative during full-scale reconstruction as soon as it starts. On the local level, our work with communities now amounts to almost 1 billion euros. And this may seem, again, to a banker as a big number. But those big envelopes need to be sliced into very, very small pieces. I visited a small community in the Mykolaiv region of only 1,000 people. What they need is to replace some water pipes. I mean, that is 400,000 euros. Or then a slightly bigger community near Ivano-Frankivsk that is repairing a heating system. The value of that project is around 1 million euros. So imagine that 1 billion, and then these small-scale projects that you're implementing all across Ukraine. And we work with all communities, EU frontier, so those that are in the west, in the center of the country, and also the front line, right? So Chernihiv, Dnipropetrovsk, Kharkiv, Mykolaiv, Odessa, Sumy, Zaporizhia. We have projects almost everywhere. Where is the risk in distributing these costs, allocating them to extremely small projects, making sure that the funds are used, especially those related to winterization? We have a big district heating program. We also have a water recovery program right now. First of all, the strength of these programs lies in effective coordination with the promoter. So the promoter is the entity that receives the money in their accounts. right? So this is the Ministry of Development of Communities and Territories of Ukraine, of course with the Ministry of Finance, very often Ministry of Economy, Agriculture, and Environment, also contributing to the selection procedure. Or we are also trying a new modality now, because speed is of essence ahead of the winter, with the local banks. So 100 million for district heating to Ukreexim Bank, 50 million to UGB Kurgas Bank and Oshchat Bank as well, all for projects to local communities. It could be small scale gas-fired combined heat and power plants. It could be solar PV, complemented by batteries, other storage technologies, decentralized heat generation. Then also we have components that will bolster the physical and cyber security of the infrastructure, energy efficiency in public buildings, heat pumps, heat storage systems. A full list of what is eligible to finance under these programs can be shared by our office or is even available on the bank's website. So by working with the ministries, by working with the banks, we are ensuring that the selection procedure of where this money goes, which projects get it, which don't, is transparent based on very clear criteria. The communities apply with projects that are in the DREAM platform, and then either the ministry or the banks, in collaboration with the EIB, with the ministries very often, also contributing their guidance, decides who is actually a beneficiary, right? So this is the first layer. So where the money goes, what happens to the money afterwards? Is the project then fully implemented, or are there delays? Are there cost overruns? The implementation phase is equally important, just to make sure that every single development euro or hryvnia is doing its job. And here we also rely on a network of partners, and I'm very proud, for example, to mention UNDP and GIZ that are on our behalf in collaboration with us, and very often also with the European Commission partners, working on preparing projects, implementing projects, monitoring, assessing those cost overruns, seeing if they're warranted, turning back to us and asking, can we approve a hike in that budget, and so on, right? Very often I'm present then at the completion or inauguration ceremony. I've attended, I think, around 25 this year, really all across Ukraine, and we will be completing 41 such of sub-projects just in the half year that will conclude in December. So is this bulletproof? Maybe not. But as you can see, with all of this machinery, we're doing everything that we possibly can. And if we do receive a complaint, if we receive a comment from members of the community, civil society, private contractor, we do our best to address it. We have a specialized department under our Inspector General that takes these investigations very seriously. And this is how we proceed. Very often, UNDP, GIZ, any other partner who's involved runs their own investigation in parallel. So instead of one, you have two or three. So once again, maybe it sounds like a lot of bureaucracy, but we are very, very proud of how the programs are working so far, working on correcting any mistakes. When it comes to scale, right? So here we're moving from the local level to the national level. And Ms. Alia has mentioned the single project pipeline, and one of the project preparation facilities that is going to support it is joint with us, the European Commission, and the EBRD, Ukraine First. This will serve the projects in the single project pipeline. We are already starting, so we have agreed with the World Bank, for example, that we will be jointly preparing the package for the M15 project in the Odessa region that should foster safe, secure, meaningful connections with the EU single market through the neighboring member states. So this, for your information, is one of the pilots, but of course there will be many more. What will Ukraine First do? Well, some of the more abstract objectives. It will accelerate readiness, contribute to successful implementation of public investment projects, supporting Ukraine's recovery. It will also prepare these projects in a way that is in line with the EU accession pathway, and this is really very important. Likewise, it will promote the preparation of projects that align with the standards of IFIs, right? Very often when it comes to environmental social standards, procurement, we are a community, and if you are meeting the standards of one, you're likely meeting at least to a great extent, the standards of the others. Types of support. What will this money finance? Pre-feasibility studies, feasibility studies, environmental and social impact assessments, climate risk assessments. As the EU Climate Bank, we're constantly trying to foster the green transition pathway here in Ukraine, even at times of war. Financing and tariff plans, project designs, procurement plans, and tender dossiers, and also other things. This has received 20 million in terms of funding from the EU's Ukraine facility, complementary 5 million euros from EIB and 5 from EBRD. Also, we have allocated technical assistance in collaboration with the project preparation units, and other donor contributions have also been collected to support this initiative through the Cooperation Fund. For example, from the Netherlands of 10 million, Italy of 1.5 million. So this was the abstract description of what this will do. And apart from the M15, we're currently discussing energy and health projects, so stay tuned. But most importantly, yesterday I had a very, very welcome opportunity to meet the students that have just enrolled in a master's program on public procurement. This is a program that is supported by multiple IFIs, not just us, multiple governments, Italy, and so on. And I was looking at the students, many of them mid-career professionals with very serious expressions on their faces. And the ambassador of Italy used a sentence: "With great power comes great responsibility." I don't know if you remember this, but this is a quote from Spider-Man, right? And I thought, what courage do these people have to embrace the challenge of dealing with public funds, with all of the challenges, all of the pressure that is typically experienced, and I could not but congratulate them, and I think we all should, because this exercise in public trust is easily one of the most important that a society can have with its government. Thank you.
Дуже дякую, Christina.
Thank you, Christina.
Ukrainian, and I envy you. Because I know you have to leave in 5 minutes, I have one question, and maybe we can take also one question if people here in the room. The director of the Frontier Institute told us that Ukraine doesn't need to be reconstructed, it needs to be constructed anew. And I don't want to repeat what he said, if we reconstruct what will happen, which was not very nice. To all of us. So we better take it seriously. And my question is, on your activity in the pipeline, but also which is planned, how much do you think is new construction, so really new, changing the structure essentially, and what is reconstruction, building on the existing structures?
No, thank you, Torsten, for this question. And maybe, again, if you can return in your minds to that story of Lebanon and the story of Ukraine shared as I see it through my own eyes. There's idea, there's identity, there's policies, and there's behavior. And all of this takes a very, very long time. When I was in university, I actually studied the EU integration process as a process of socialization, knowing that the full alignment in terms of behaviors, in terms of values, may take decades, right? And, you know, now that we look at the EU, some of the member states inside, some of the experts, some of us even, are questioning, I mean, is this process linear? Does it just continue, or is it reversible? Do we return to certain behaviors and cycles? Do we need to reinvent ourselves constantly? And I think this is really what Ukraine is extremely good at. The country as an idea is already very well established, the country as an identity likewise. But what we've seen in the summer was also a public outcry to protect institutions, to protect standards, to protect policies. This is not common. This is a behavior of a mature country, of a mature democracy. So what are we building that is new? What are we reconstructing? What are we improving? I would say that the majority of our work in very close collaboration with you, Torsten, with the European Commission, with member states, with other donors and partners, is about bolstering, strengthening, improving, and reminding, right? That this backsliding, one step forward, two steps back, can happen. But if you have those institutions and you trust those institutions, this is really a very, very sound basis for you to go forwards to that behavioral change, ultimately to ideational change. So I'm sorry if my response was a bit academic, but I hope nevertheless I addressed what you were after.
Well, it's all about building trust, and I think EIB and other international institutions have a huge role to play, because what I see is that these rules that you have are being seen as complicated, which is a problem. Especially smaller communities, they essentially are afraid of working with big international banks. But inherently, they see these rules as being fair and being trusted. And I think this has a value in itself in the current situation. So thanks a lot for coming and explaining to us. And you are free, I know you're under pressure, so you are free to leave. And you are the exception from everybody else on the panel here.
I just want to apologize to my fellow panelists for not being able to stay with you today. I would have really, really liked to hear your contributions. Likewise to the audience, I would have liked to interact with you more. Sadly, I cannot today, but please, our doors are always open. We are in the EU House with the EU delegation. Please come see us, talk to us about your concerns, about your projects, about your ideas. Thank you.
Дуже дякую. So
Thank you very much.
next speaker, Maria Kowal-Gonchar. Also, please give us your presentation, and I would like to see you in 5-7 minutes concluding, if that's okay.
Так, спробуємо. Дякую, Торстене.
Thank you, Torsten. Доброго дня. Good morning. I still was thinking what language to be in my speech. I will speak Ukrainian, but slides will be in English for our guests. Actually, many community representatives are present here, but I decided to have my speech in Ukrainian. Let me introduce you the PPF initiative. PPF, this effort is supported by Swedish Confederation. I'm very happy to hear lots of presentations. Ala, Christina have highlighted very many important issues. And now we will see that lots of issues to be in our focus because we play on the same field and we should keep to certain rules. Well, and a few context in order you will understand where we are. The cost that's allocated by the Swiss government actually it's a large-scale package, and they are planning to invite private sector from Switzerland for the recovery and reconstruction efforts. So the plan covers 5 years, and this cooperation program is one of the largest programs compared to other international programs proposed to other countries. 500 million Swiss will be invited and allocated, and PPF instrument, it is one of the 6 efforts. Then, what will be our objectives? It will be one of our examples. Because you see that public transport has been modernized in Lviv, and we offer such fancy trams to the communities. What is our objective? We play in the same field, so it means what we will be doing. We will be doing project preparation. We will also give the support to these projects projects with the relevant feasibility analysis, and all these actually will facilitate this process in communities. As to the sector efforts, its traditional efforts, it is renewable energy sources, energy efficiency in certain buildings or at the utilities, at the level of utilities, urban transports, water and sanitation. And we will not limit us with these sectors. We know that there are other subsectors in municipal economy, and we are ready to focus on them as well. So for us, it's important also. We have the budget of 21 million Swiss francs, three components. This is project preparation, feasibility study, and other relevant documentation for the projects, co-funding arrangements, and support for the Ukrainian and Swiss networks. Our first component is a traditional component. It's clear for all of us. A solid document, it is must. When we speak about the community level effort. Sometimes communities say they have project documentation, they have feasibility study, we don't have money. But in Zhytomyr and Vinnytsia also there is a number of many programs and projects that have been prepared, and the expertise center is setting up. It's so critical. We were visiting Khmelnytsky city. It's a big city, but they need real support. They would like to give more support to their economic department in order to be more proficient in the realm of project preparation and feasibility analysis. That's why you see it takes lots of time, and they are ready to get this training. Actually, we have launched this program already, and this project could be. It's intermunicipality cooperation programs could be. And we are planning also to work with all the actors. When, for example, we discuss co-funding arrangements, we understand it could be budgetary resources or grant resources invited as well, in addition to the project, the resources made available by the Swiss government. It's clear that this project includes experts from Ukraine and from Switzerland. For us, it's important to have a conceptual approach and to find technical solutions. It's a complex exercise, very creative. For us, for experts, will be very important to rely on the solutions that will be demanded in Ukraine. No doubt we will be working on this. As I said, we started and launched this investment program in summer. We are ready to work with all the stakeholders who are ready to work. If you see, for example, any opportunity to merge the efforts of Ukraine and Switzerland, you are much welcome. Also, it is important to mention that in our focus will be the implementation phase as well. And the third component is development of Swiss-Ukrainian networks. And we have Swiss-Ukrainian Agency on Reconstruction. It's a sort of a platform on merging Ukrainian and Swiss businesses. SURA is the abbreviation of this agency. Maybe some institutional programs, and this will facilitate linkages and relations between relevant Ukrainian and Switzerland actors. Next slide. As I have mentioned, we have already started this program. We had tender already. NIRAS will be the implementing agency, the Swiss construction company, and also we will have some subcontractors. And as far as I know, the team of the project team has also addressed Mrs. Zamazeva because they plan to start their 5-year effort very soon. And also we are interested to be included in the overall public resources management schemes, because for us it's important to understand how the projects to be selected, how this will be in line with the Gromada level project portfolios. We understand that we will be working on the best ever scheme in order to implement these projects. I look at Torsten, and now probably we will drop this slide. We will drop this slide. Actually, how we do select a project, it will be direct on the request of the communities, because some projects will be selected in tendering, so we will have 2 arrangements in place. Actually, we can work only in the context. No doubt we will work with the PPF government and government programs. And for us, it's important to work to prepare such feasibility documents that will be used in future. For us, it's important not to have feasibility studies, papers prepared and to be put in the drawers. We understand we have a very high requirements for the document preparation, and no doubt communities level prepared projects are invited, and no doubt they could be financed by the loan arrangements and grant arrangements. And we are planning to be very flexible. On one part, to invite Switzerland business to recovery and reconstruction programs, and also to work closely with international financiers. Also, my last slide will be with that. This is a Swiss-related component. You said that very many actors join the initiative. Actually, why do we have such a PPF program? No doubt we will invite Switzerland approaches and expertise. And further on, for us, it will be a real treat to see Switzerland investments in Ukraine. Also, we should actually reinforce Swiss-Ukrainian business networks, and we have a special instrument on preparation of project documentation. But when I listen my colleagues, I understand we don't have a unique approach, and we will be ready also to cooperate with the colleagues whose representatives are present at our event. Thank you very much.
I think we have a direct response, which is always good.
Я хотіла б одразу прокоментувати, оскільки пані Марія сказала у своїй доповіді, що ви якраз працюєте над механізмом відбору проєктів. У цьому контексті я б також хотіла відзначити, що є діючий інструмент, міжвідомча робоча група з підготовки проєктів, яку очолює Мінекономіки, до складу якої входить Міністерство розвитку та Міністерство фінансів. Власне, основна її задача цієї робочої групи.
And the main task of this group is to help the PPF in selection of projects, so that to find out what are the priorities. And as you said, we expect the decision of the government because we had staff changes and that we needed to renew the powers of this working group, and shortly we will re-establish the composition and will launch the activity, and we developed the methodology also that will define the mechanism for selection of projects from unified project on the state and on the local levels, and these projects will be proposed for consideration by the PPF. And the task of the interagency group, we will make the preliminary selection and analysis, and we will propose to you the pool of projects that will be on different levels, different phases of readiness, but they will be considered as a priority, and to make the use of implementation and the use of projects in the maximum way. Thank you very much.
Because we want to increase trust with our panel, so we should try to clarify as much as we can in the 1.5 hours that we have. I would like to invite Anna Zamazeva to give the next presentation, because also in the perspective of rebuilding and building anew, energy efficiency is clearly not something from the past. Energy efficiency is not something Soviet. Nobody cared about energy efficiency in the Soviet Union. Energy efficiency is something about Europe, it's about the future, it's about another approach that energy is not free, energy comes with a price, you need investments, and you need to stimulate investments by trust, by market price, etc. So I'm very glad that you are on the panel, because it is about building something new. And I don't know what your presentation will be about, but I hope we will hear something also about the new things that will come. Thank you.
Дякую, Торстен. Can I speak Ukrainian? Шановні колеги.
Dear colleagues, I have the reflection after the presentation and the poll I had before, because we are the public servants here, and it's very difficult because it's a shame, and maybe it was the most honest poll and analysis as I heard, and it's what's very nice to hear it, and I can put my signature after this. The impression was strong. So coming back to the main problem of the panel, so the energy efficiency, really nobody thought about it, because it cost so easy and so cheap, all energy. So we lost the value of this many decades ago. So we needed to change this feeling. This is the new lifestyle and our thinking and realizing of the future, how we should live. And first of all, I am the financial. I am not the energy person. So I was in the was the head of regional council in Mykolaiv. So what is energy efficiency? It's about the economy, about the cost of our products in the consumer bucket, and it is almost about everything. And actually, we didn't need to invent something new, because we have a huge number of friendly countries where they have very efficient practices, which we had to select what to implement the most appropriate in which regions. We don't need to invent something. The practices that developed for 50 years since the first energy efficiency directive in 1976. Soon we will have 2026. It will be 50 years, and we needed to achieve the main goals in these 4 or 5 years. We started to do it before the war. So actually, we had to have what for this the finances and the interaction between the central executive authorities and local authorities. So the initiative should come from bottom to top. We should provide all possibilities and honestly rebuild our laws and regulatory acts to implement this. So to actually to do it, that was our colleague from European Investment Bank was speaking, because when they don't work, they do everything for what. Why in Podilsk the project was not implemented? But we hope that in Odessa region the project will be implemented with for the decarbonization with EIB and the local authority and the city authorities. The water agency did in 2022. We created the Fund of Decarbonization of Ukraine to give this vital force and to speed up on this program on local municipalities and municipal companies and the industry. We selected these 3 categories because we have the energy efficiency funds that work in our country, who do a huge work with multi-story buildings, and so we selected as a field, and we had to help them. And so we understood the finance is not the only problem. So the problem, the fund is working now that provides financial assistance is to reduce cost, big reduction from with 5% of interest per year. We know what we have is inflation, and that helps really to implement energy efficiency measures in municipalities. All measures that reduce the energy efficiency and reduction of emission of the carbon dioxide. So we created this institution, but we understood that the communities they cannot, they don't have competences to compose these projects in a quality way. So we started to help Gramadas very actively. So we created offices of decarbonization and energy transformation in regions. We covered 8 regions: Dnipro, Vinnytsia, Kharkiv, Mykolaiv, Odessa. Many regions where we opened these offices so that to collect applications and help them to formalize these applications. As we started to work very fruitfully with international organizations. Today, I would like to use this opportunity to thank, because creation of the Decarbonization Fund, which is in 2025, delivered loans for 135 billion and 35 million for municipalities and regions. They opened lots of solar projects and energy efficiency projects in municipalities. I wanted to thank UNIDO and UNDP, because we opened a separate resolution, and we involved money through ESCO. I wanted to help thank the Danish project with whom we implemented 7-year project. 7 years ago, there was an agreement that was created that works in Europe for a long time. So that's how to create the cooperation between local authorities and industries, not through the pressure, but as a colleague was speaking, but through free agreement. You provide the assistance, and you get this obligation to reduce the consumption and emissions, and it is not through pressure, but with a new format of cooperation, while implementing all European directives and the experience of our European colleagues. I wanted to thank everyone today for this work, and what is for the international partners, and namely the EIB. I will start with the ERBD. So we involve money for the decarbonization fund to speed up more and more to make faster the decarbonization measures all around Ukraine. And in this case, we have a successful case. And at this point, we also look at joint project with European Investment Bank in this region, where the fund of the decarbonization of Ukraine, municipality of local and regional level, they provide as a small subvention, and European Investment Bank. How do you think we discussed this project for 1 year and a half? Incredible! It cannot be implemented, not because there is a problem. Despite bureaucratic and difficult procedures of European Investment Bank, and not as a problem of a fund of decarbonization, but the problem is the local legislation that does not allow, not on the local level, the legislation which reduces powers of municipal countries, local gramadas. So we provided all our opinions, as we provided opinions of all committees. So I hope that all this system and local authorities will unite to simplify, make them easy, honest, and approachable. It's very important that ensures all sides of the process, and civil servants and local authorities and our partners, and for the access to this resource. So I hope all this project will make this project faster, and fulfillment of obligations before the European Commission for achievement of indicators. And on my side, I would like to say that we will build and build and build, and I wrote a lot of letters. I wanted to make a decarbonization fund also transparent, because since the beginning, and Kirsten knows, I invited him into the supervisory board, and all international partners who have mandates, please participate, really introduce your incredible experience. As before the colleague was saying, that it comes with the mother's milk. We will be in European countries, and please provide your experience. We will make our institutions transparent, clear, and understandable, because unclarity and the mechanism is so intermingled, nobody knows how to knock on the door, and to get the service from those who will punish you immediately because you didn't do something. If anybody would tell their experience, how they achieved this service. And finally, the energy efficiency fund. This year we opened the project and we started to finance together and help OSBB to make thermal modernization and introduce heat pumps and solar stations on multi-story buildings, because we know according to forecasts, wind. And I hope that in a very short period we implement this. We will implement this project. We try to involve more and more finances to make our institution clear and transparent. Please ask. So we have a local component, the CO2 tax, and we have 2 more programs through Ukrebank and Sense Bank for municipalities and municipality companies and industry, and the decarbonization fund. We have the problems this finance. So if you don't know something, you understand something, please write to emails. Please contact us. We will do everything possible to make it more approachable.
Дуже дякую. Very encouraging.
Thank you very
With this invitation for people to come. Of course, I think our panel still needs to clarify what is the best or the most efficient way to come. But I think we will come to this. We still have a bit of time. So next I would like to invite Olena Smirnova from Swedfund for a short presentation on the Swedish angle to this question.
Thank you very much. I'll switch to Ukrainian as agreed.
Вам дякуємо. My greetings to you. A few words to be said about Swedfund. What are the activities of Swedfund in Ukraine? It is a financial institution for development, 40 years old. It is the role of is that to make contribution in the response to the challenges like poverty, inadequate resources distribution, and war in Ukraine, no doubt, is a priority of the fund work. We have two main instruments in the fund. Swedfund, investments in private companies. Here we work with private businesses. Normally it is large or medium businesses who get to us and ask us to finance investment programs in the amount of from $5 to $20 million. Actually, we have this activity area, and second activity area is Project Accelerator. It's grant financing to prepare investment programs in the public sector. It is exactly what has already been mentioned to the feasibility study, project preparation, documentation preparation, all the assessments needed, тендерна документація тощо. And it is important to mention that how we merge all this. No doubt we work with the private sector. We give support to the state sector as well, to the public sector, and no doubt with this we have certain benefits for the people. Swedfund operations are very active. We have more than 40 projects in different phases. That is inception stages, project documentation, presentation, that is water sanitation, wastewater treatment, etc. Also, we work with the Ministry of Digitalization, with the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Also, we work closely with Pavlograd, Dobroslav. It's our municipal level projects, how we select projects. Our model here is, it concerns investments. It relies on the three pillars. First of all, we would like to have the projects that will be beneficiary for the people. For us, it's important to have sustainable results of the program, that is a creation of high-quality jobs, ethics, business integrity, and transparency. And all these done as well as financial viability, because we, as all who fund the projects, we would like to have our project to be implemented, not only the selection of nice-looking slides and talks, and also we implement the project by different industries and sectors. No doubt with this we could also invite Swedish businesses. It is energy projects, transport projects, safety solutions, what is used with the public health and digitalization. No doubt there is a wide range of different projects in our pipeline. In the process of our work, we work closely with communities, and we also work with the national government because we have an increasing number of projects we plan to implement. And we also work actively and engage actively donors, specifically those who will be donors in our future programs. EBRD, EC, etc. Emergency responses project. We have such a project with Ukernafta and with municipalities. Emergency response, and I know very many of these projects will be funded very soon. We attempt not only to facilitate work on the project preparation, but we also take efforts in order to facilitate the work on the project through all the phases. This is briefly what I plan to say.
Because I would like to have a bit of question and answers afterward, and we are already pretty much advanced in time, so I would like to ask my colleague Pierre to present a bit what the European Commission is doing, and practically on investments. Thank you.
Thank you, Torsten. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, it's a great honor to be here today. It's not an easy task to be the final speaker at such a panel with such also interesting opening speech. But actually, it gave me some ideas on how to introduce the topic I was requested to talk about and today's discussion. I noted two aspects which are fundamental. We are talking about trust, and something which I'm relatively new in the country. I've been here for a year. I have a background working 20 years in enlargement countries, from the smallest, Montenegro, to Turkey, in various difficult conditions. It's the first time I experienced such a condition, and so amazed by the capacity that you have and the presentation at the beginning on the trust on the civil society and certain groups and the lack of the middle. And here is a perfect introduction to the program I want to introduce you with. It's EU for Reconstruction. To come back to the remark of reconstruction in the sense of reconstruct what has been damaged, but to construct a future Ukraine. It is not to rebuild on the old. In this regard, the EU for Reconstruction is an initiative which has been just launched also in November. It is funded by the European Union, Denmark, Germany, France, and Lithuania. It was just launched 2 weeks ago for a 36 months period with a starting budget of 37.5 million. And it's organized against two streams. French-German association on the stream 1, which I will expand a bit later, and then Lithuanian and Denmark stream. And it's being implemented together with the Ministry of Development, Saudi, and the Romadas and the communities. The implementing partners of this project are GIZ, Expertise France, who many of you may know as they are implementing several projects, notably GIZ EU-LEAD, Expertise France with Relève, as well as the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Denmark, very active also in Mykolaiv and other regions, and Lithuanian Central Project Management Agency, who has a long experience. Lithuania is a very, let's say, in terms of integration in the EU process, they have been a very good example to follow in many areas. So the purpose of this using the opportunity to see Ala also on the PIM reform and the colleagues, you have got a presentation from the Ministry of Economy explaining you the framework. My colleagues presented you the tools, and actually, as introduced by Jocelyn at the beginning of this conference, EU for Construction aim at providing the software, the linkage between where is the money available and what is the system to be developed to ensure a reconstruction in an effective, accountable, and transparent manner, with an inclusive process, building on a modern reconstruction framework, a public investment management framework, and the sensitivity to the different levels of governance. As you may know, in the EU integration process, decentralization, regional policies are key to successful and balanced and an inclusive society. So this program is building up and is aiming at 5 outputs that I will present here briefly. So reform of the leadership and coordination by supporting the Ministry of Development and SARDI into setting up the process to ensure the reflecting the needs of the municipalities to have a bottom-up approach, having directly relationship with the local government and their empowerment into the new system, strengthening the capacity of specifically SARDI in the light of its mandate across the country. Then a component on the construction sector reform. And finally, last but not least, the engagement of the civil society and media in whether it is contributing or also a watchdog function towards this process. So under one of the stream, there is the French and German association consortium, under this project, will support directly up to 50 medium-sized ROMADA with strategic and spatial planning task, project scoping, project management, preparing pre-feasibility study. So actually to prepare the ground for projects to apply to the funding that were indicated by the colleagues, for example. And this is going to be key. For example, we are already liaising with the Swiss funds, which is going to start very soon, or just starting, because it is fundamental that we coordinate well among the various donors on the procedures and on the type of projects, as well as the standards to have to really achieve quality project to be submitted to funding parties and financiers. One small note, as indicated in the beginning of my presentation, the project just started, so we are still in the inception phase, and the selection of ROMADAs participating will be done through several rounds, and the inception period is lasting until the end of the year. So, unfortunately, to respond to the question, it's not yet in full action. I don't have an address to give you to reach out to this program, unfortunately, not yet. It will come very soon. The other part, and more with the lead of the Denmark and Lithuanian stream, will be to support up to 5 cities, including Mykolaiv, and here also on strategic planning and the implementation of the PIM reform, which was introduced by my colleague Hala, improving the quality of the public investment projects, and going further into implementing corporate governance standards. And I see that the slide which was translated by our second interlocutor is very relevant to this point here, because it's exactly the core of the topic. And here I would like to highlight a process which most likely for ROMADAs seems to be bureaucratic or cumbersome, but it's not only a checklist. It's the new process of the PIM reform with the mid-term investment planning, local development planning, is the fundamental to establish the trust between the local and the higher level of governance. And this is how you will be able to reconstruct damaged objects due to the unfortunate situation, as well as construct an inclusive society and ensure a sound development of all regions in the country. And to close, I just wanted to give an overall picture of the process we are talking about today, which is the public investment management reform, where in order to get the financing, the municipalities, thanks to their local development planning and investment planning with the setting up of investment council, will enable raising their voice to the higher level of governance, notably using the DREAM platform as a means of communication, and therefore attract the attention of the financier as well as the PPF to enable the preparation of the given project and at the end access financing. So being conscious of the time, I just would like to thank you all for these excellent initiatives and open to continue the discussion. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Payif. I hope we still have, the organizers give us maybe 5 more minutes for questions and answers. I see a big smile, so I think I'm fine. Any questions in the room to any of our panelists? If you are too shy, no. Thanks, excellent. Ladislav.
He's just afraid it's not going to be 5 minutes.
That's what I got. I mean, I don't do anything with it. We have been presented a number of different initiatives. Are they somehow coordinated between themselves? Because basically they are, from perspective of municipality, they are somewhat similar. How are they coordinated? Do you have a kind of single window approach? I would ask this way. Thank you.
Maybe to make it even more concrete, let's take a hypothetical example. I'm a manufacturer of ice cream, somewhere in these gray zones on the map that we have seen, so a smaller town. And I want to, and I have already invested in my own energy security because I had blackouts and my production needs electricity all the time. But now the mayor, the school director, the hospital director, they all say, well, can we somehow profit from your expertise because we also need safe electricity. We need to do something together. The mayor is in favor, etc. So this group of people, where should they go? They want to do, let's say, a small energy secure island for public infrastructure and for a factory which is vital for the city or for the town. So where should they go? Should they go to Anasamazeva or should they go to you? Just, it's the same question.
Я правильно зрозуміла, куди ви...
As far as I understand, where they should go and what they should do, first of all,
they need expertise and they want to do this quickly. They have a bit of money, but they would definitely also profit from additional investment funds. So, and they don't, and it's new. It's not, you know, rebuilding the Soviet Union. That's really something new. So where should they go? Where do they start? And how would you somehow be able to help them?
Я б сама хотіла задати комусь таке.
I would like to ask the question to someone, myself. Really, it's about the honesty, about the values. I don't know what to do in their places because we have numbers of ministries, agencies, proposals. They have so many conditions, limited resources, and where to run. Really, it's a problem. And I think that he, as always, just call to a friend and ask him, can we do this? Because really, you created a new problem. Thanks for the municipalities. But in fact, mayors of cities, plus minus, they are informed. For me, it's like a Bible. In every community, in every country, the company, there should be an energy manager. Please, Vsevolod, please tell us, Svetoslav, your energy manager. So he should know everything about all programs, where to run, or how to save yourself, and to whom contact. And so the energy manager should be the beginning. So we had the EIB program, UNIDOM, and everyone knows all. We did it lots of times, and there should be one person inside who knows the resources, the potential, how much should he need, and how to supply critically what is the energy program, the fund, and so yes, it should be there, but the state lacks it now. People ask me, and I tell myself I don't know all, about all programs, and I hear about all of them as everyone else. So we should do something just to know how. But on our side, we are responsible. For this side, they should have an energy manager. He should be responsible. He knows your potential, what to supply, where to find, and inside the community as well. What are the resources? What are boilers? What resources? Some hydro power. So energy management is the first step, and all others later. I would build it myself in my community, and or maybe in some mission, and if it is a private business or municipal business, and so.
To be done. Other questions? Yes, please, you were first.
Вітаю, Олександра Бетлій.
Alexandra Mitli, Institute of Political Consultation. I would like to ask this question as Svetoslav asked, but I would like to repeat it once again in a different way than you, Torsten, put it. About the coordination of donors. If you looked at the map, it was prepared 1 year and a half later. The donors goes in the same regions, in the same communities, and we have lots of blank spots where nobody is there. It depends on the energy capacity of the Gramada, and Mr. Sokhomlin was speaking a lot today. But the question is, if we have the coordination platform for donors, and we heard about the experience of Switzerland, of Sweden, European Investment Bank, how to coordinate this support for people. If I don't have an energy manager, if I don't have an architect, and my community is weak for many reasons, why it is important? Because not to go to Trostenets and not to go to Lviv, because the mayors are super good there, but how to coordinate and the coordination of our needs, when we speak about the incapacity of the Gramada. So how to find about every donor, what to do with lots of the requirements. My question is for the donors, of course. Because to have the requirements may be similar, because the Prozora, they on one side, Prozora and European Investment Bank, some other requirements. World Bank is allowed to use Prozora. Where to find these coordinations? And I think that it should be done by bigger funds to make it possible. Thank you. Хто є волонтером? My problem is not as the donors. Different countries, the different approaches, different legislations. They have their own rules. The problem is inside of us, because we, for example, Ukraine Invest. Everyone knows. So we help the donors to enter Ukraine as like. Investment nurse, but under the president, the Congress, I was the deputy head of Congress, and they called me, Anya, please help us. How to find donors? I don't have the capacity to prepare documents, but I don't know whom to call. And for example, the Danish, they do for everything for me, Mykolaiv region, Lithuanians for everything for Zhytomyr, Brussels for Chernigiv, and so, and Belgium, and it's our problem because we didn't do it for our communities like reinvestments that would have to coordinate all applications from donors, because the president speaks on the Congress, and Andrei Borisovich was saying, so we just pushed all the donors, please go to them, but we don't know to whom to run. We don't know their load, how they are loaded. It is our problem inside, I think. When we work with the donors, they have their own mandates, they have their own specialities, because they tried not to put in one place, because someone is with the green recovery, the others they use cogeneration or district heating. Someone does like solar generation or maybe storages, and they try not to overcome each other. And you are right that the bigger gramadas, they have potentials. They select they pump up everything, but the donors, they go to successful ones with bigger KPIs. They need to show to their donors that those who give the money, and those should give the successful cases. So we need to speak about it ourselves for the associations of gramadas, and even to ask the cabinet of ministers to create these authorities that will select the donors.
And they will kick us out. So, yeah, you have the first. Yes.
Дякую, Олег Загніт.
Thank you, Oleg Zagnita, Unity Legal Company Integrity. For the first question, please, the question to the donors, please make your activity more transparent. If you have a program for 6 months, please write how much money you already distributed. Maybe it is not needed to contact you. And the question maybe to the representative from Ministry of Economy about the reform of public investments and the cooperation with private sector. Please help us to understand. We need to go into the single portfolio. If you have sources of finances, if you have the sources of finances, you cannot make a public partnership for this. You don't have the flexibility if people are selected already. But to enter the single portfolio, we don't have the sources of finances. Is it correct? Yes, I would like to reflect to the previous question and just to answer to your question. So the single window and creation of this window is the main task of the reform of public investments. So we have the single system dream where all projects go that have sources or they need money for their implementation, and according to the basis of reforms, such portfolios should be done on local, regional, national regions. So every level should establish the pool of projects, their priorities for them, and they can correlate with regional or national level, but they should define their own priority, which is relevant to their own gramadas. When these projects, when they are approved by the local investment councils, they become public and approachable in the system, where a donor or community or the state can enter to see what is the priority. We can make the analysis of available sources or the projects that they have already sources, those who are at the beginning phases of investment, and accordingly, as I said, there is an existing agency working group. They worked on the national level, but now, according to the new approaches, they will work on portfolios of regions and gramadas, and they will make selections, and they will take the projects that need assistance in preparation, and they propose them to donor organizations in the programs of preparing of projects, and the result of this preparation will be the capacity building and the real opportunity to get finances, because these projects will be fully ready. As for cooperation with the DPP, these are DPP projects, they are public, and during the evaluation they initiate should decide if it is a DPP project or he needs the assistance from preparation programs. Everything is defined during the evaluation and is shown in the system.
Last question. There was a gentleman there in the back. You wanted to ask a question? No. Then let's go to the other side. There is one. Yes, please.
Шановні друзі,
Dear friends, Yuri Strelchenko, Secretary of City Council from the position of Gromadas, I would like to point out that really we are in the situation when we don't have chances to revise the projects that are low-quality projects. So considering that everyone understands how difficult the staff situation is inside the communities, so first of all, the issue of expert community would be environment will be very cool, but Gromadas they suffer from other factors because, for example, we don't have data that are accumulated in the monopolist organizations, and to create a high quality municipal plan, we need to pass 1 year and a half to go and find data everywhere, but finally the data are not accurate, as Sergei was saying, because we need the need is several times is less, and so maybe the government could be involved also, and they will let Gromadas to speak with real figures and speak about real needs with consumption. And energy manager is normally it's an accountant that accounts the energy. I see Svetoslav is nodding, but the question is, never any institution was saying, do we need an account or not? But if we have, if we look at some the laws about energy efficiency, some resolutions, programs inside the program in the Gromadas, but we don't have a single rules. And we need an energy manager. It's free. It's voluntary now. But if we wanted to be a European country, we need to have an energy manager not only in a Gromada but in every company. So it means it should be to create a system. So the government should help us to create the system of energy management on the basis of which we will build our energy independence. And third question, myself, for the last 2 months in my 2 projects that we were the customers, we face the situation. The project passes the evaluation and estimation of money, and when we find the contractor, we see with full renovation, we see 20% of big amount. So we are not experts, we are not specialists. We need the decision of the project institutions, not to see the police coming to me asking me, you finish one project and how do you find this money, and then they open a criminal case. But the the design company should be responsible in this case. We will increase the trust for the donors who finance our project. But today, unfortunately, the gromadas cannot influence this process because we don't have experts, but we trust just pieces of papers and expert opinion that studies the estimates. So please, we need to have a precise control to prepare very high quality projects for donors.
Not one question was three, but I think was super useful, especially because it comes back to our topic of trust. What can we all do together? In all the, so starting from the people that are trusted most, to the people who are trusted less. No, not the real one that less. The Russians we keep out, but all the others. So what can we do to increase trust? So I would like to close also this panel with a question, the answer to this question, and also how we can contribute also from the international side on this critical. I mean, we have seen all the instruments that we have, and there are many, many more. Huh? They're not all, everybody is in the panel. But it's not only about money. It is about investing in trust and investing in the future. So who volunteers on answering the questions? No, you don't volunteer.
Побудова довіри, як вже зазначав.
To build the trust, as we said, the basis is a transparent and clear mechanism, clear for all participants from Gromada's regions and international financial organizations that are ready to provide assistance. So all together, only common work and will help us to build a reliable and transparent system. So I will speak in a simple language. So today the topic is said just blame the authorities only, but really the problem is in this side. So as you said, let's make them clear, but nothing is clear. I read myself, read, but then we come together and what they wanted to say, how to do, where is the roadmap to go from A to point B, how to ride. So let's say the first dimension, it is in the dimension of the Ministry of Development of Communities and Territories. The second is the law on municipal energy plans, or Ministry of Development of Communities. Should they change anything, so you achieve and get this municipal plan without this coefficient, you can do it through another element. But they tell us we will not do it. Let them change the law, and they will make the heads of the communities, and those say we will not change it. So you will need it on the law of 11. So this is the trust, and it is the element when all the participants of the process they come together and to not have lobbying, because the design companies they not have lobbyists, but those who protect their interests. So accordingly, there should be all participants of this ecosystem to come together and take decision, and then to coordinate and approve very fast. But we create a working group, then another working group on this working group, and then some 100,000 meetings and the minutes, and everyone forgets everything. So when we speak, when that authority should do it and do reforms, we should do them openly, fast, with all participants openly in front of the camera when these issues are decided, and then go into the regulatory acts and pass very open hearing where everyone has the opportunity to express themselves. We know this procedure, we know everything, but we need just to unite it, to become one single ecosystem, because this is the only question we put it with. We see Vyacheslav Svetoslav every year and we see every September with the water supply companies, and nothing changes from one year to another. So I don't go to these meetings anymore because nothing is possible, because one institution cannot change. But as of today, it is said we needed to change on the level of the authorities, not to change not the trust, but our procedure, and the rules should be precise, because we themselves in the system we don't understand, and we need to explain when we accept regulatory acts what we meant. So thank you.
For the very interesting discussion, and I hope we will continue over lunch. Thanks a lot also for the questions, and then we will continue after. Well, no, okay, I'm in your hands.
But you, we can do a round of applause for the panelists and let you go. Я знаю, що ми дуже ризикували, не інтегрували.
So I know we risked a lot. We did not integrate the coffee break in the first half, but something a bit of since the last, because at this panel we had to present the results of the poll, and we had to ask the gramadas to know what is going on. For those who left before, I'm Elena Rybak. I'm a deputy chairman of European Energy Agency and Consulenta, also a Consulenta legal company. And please put my presentation, these feasibility studies, scopings, this group of implementation of projects. And when we were thinking about this event with EUEA and the support of energy efficient cities of Ukraine, we tried to ask gramadas a bit, and I will put the timing. So we wanted to ask little questions, but it became a bit more. So 41 community replied to me. For 16 is in the sector, I can multiply by 1,500 communities.
Різних розмірів. І
have different gramadas in size, and all in all, in the segment of the cities, from the 50 to 125,000 inhabitants, and in our focus also there were small communities. Our questions included different topics, but we had only 2 days to process these documents. No doubt we will work more. I also tried to translate my presentation in English. The topic related to children is so critical, because there are communities where we have 5% of children, in some communities 20% of children, and IDPs also is the issues. We have also lots of outliers where there is a very high proportion of IDPs. The point is that there is a direct correlation between the gramada size and capacities. Some gramadas implement 10 projects, small communities implement, but we have also 10 gramadas which implement a big number of projects. It's very impressive. Actually, we analyzed what projects have been implemented, what projects are in implementation phase, and what projects to be implemented in future, critical infrastructure project, water, then municipal infrastructure, power distribution. And also we calculated certain percentages of project of different kind. So there is a growing number in hitting programs from 6 to 24% in some communities. And I would like to comment on when you ask them, when you select priority investment areas, water supply and canalization, strategic planning and green reconstruction, and inclusivity, a smaller number of communities, some communities actually still have not in focus some projects, for example, gender-related, it is, and also some waste handling projects. Availability of financial resources, energy efficiency. They say that they normally have a range of programs and projects to be proposed, to be requested, but very often they also assess the lifetime of the project as well as recoupment period. But for example, sometimes the recoupment period is so critical, as well as lifetime of the invested facility. Also very important topics to be taken in focus. And all respondents actually praised very high availability of the programs that could be proposed. Actually, 328 projects, 40 communities were covered with these projects. Total investment amount was huge, and 10 billion hryvnias. 10 projects were assessed in the amount of more than 1 billion hryvnias. Because for many dollars, it's interesting to work with the not with the small projects. 4 communities, 4 small communities, and maybe it is also specific for all small communities. If we take projects in implementation phase and future projects, they plan that sometimes they plan a lot of projects, and sometimes the cost of the project is very small, and investors will not be interested in such small programs. That's why they. You see, now I go along my presentation. Out of 1,366 programs, actually, how many of them, what is the proportion of those were prepared in a solid manner? 360. So it means all the relevant documentation, feasibility studies were ready, but not funding was available. So the segment energy, civil protection, so there is, it's a sort of assessment of the communities. What are the sources for project funding? nobody relies on a public budgeting and Ukrainian banks funding. Mainly among them international financiers and international banks. In many communities, it's a question whether they could invite international investments. That is, the point is that is loan repayment capacities, because we have not only grant-supported programs. 63% of communities cannot afford loan-supported programs. So 1 million euro, 2 million euro, up to 10 million euro. You know, not such a big funding is not always made available by grant-supported programs, but communities are not ready to have loan-supported programs. In some communities, there is a good position with regards of project implementation teams building up, and we also asked equipment, training of personnel, consulting and technical expertise, study tours. Also some communities said that it will be very interesting. I would like to thank you. I would like to thank all the representatives of communities, because now we will have the prize draw with Leleka Foundation. 20 communities actually participated. It's a very interesting activity. All communities which filled out our questionnaires, what will be our action plan. Also on the screen you will have the name of the prize. And next slide, we will have the list of all the communities, and then by random selection, we will get the winner of this prize. And the communities that are present in this hall after the prize draw, also those communities that are online with us also are much invited to the ceremony. Energy auditing of municipal building. All communities are mentioned on the slide. Dubinska municipality, Dubinska community, Dubinska city community. Are you with us here now? Then if you are online with us, then no doubt we'll be contacting you. Next prize will be actually now we will have a draw for 3 prizes for 3 communities. The portable air cleaning apparatus. This for these 3 communities I cited. Please give on the slides 3 communities who are the prize winners.
Yes. Exactly.
Now we remove and delete communities which have already been drawn. 3 next communities. Kaliniev village community, Kherson region, Kochubey village community, and Bilopilya city community. You will get our prizes. A special handbook of the preparation of the energy efficiency programs. Now we will have the winners on the slide. Is there the representative of the community winner in our hall? I'm from Kherson region. Colleagues, one more issue. I don't plan to take your time, but it's the issue of principle. Actually, in all our events, we try to integrate the charity component. And hence, actually, every time we meet, normally we are planning to integrate the charity component. Always we give support to Leleka Foundation. It's a huge foundation that gives support to the military medical staff. The member of our council is the co-founder of Leleka Foundation. We fully trust them and know that they are very efficient in their work. And now we are planning to make collections to supply tourniquets and we really plan you to motivate. We have 3 prizes, but the draw of these prizes will be at 5:30 today, and we are planning to have a draw of a book. And actually, the book on recovery of Europe after the Second World War. And I know it's a very good book. Also, Tourniquet is a very unique one. I hope there will not be a chance for you to use it, but this should be with all the military. We actually also we would like to give the overall support for this foundation, as the minimum amount that could be contributed, 500 hryvnias. You may scan the QR code. And also there is in your there is a Leleka QR code. Actually, I kindly invite you to take participation in this exercise. And now we do announce networking during our lunchtime. You are invited back to our conference hall at 1:45. At 1:45, we will be back to the conference hall. Thank you very much for your attention. Okay, colleagues, let's resume our work. Colleagues, it would be great if you get to the conference hall and we will start our panel. Now we have the overall discussion on the reconstruction, effective solutions, and partnership. We'll discuss real projects in communities, in schools, hospitals, centers for administrative services, housing entities. Sergei Parovsky, UNIDO, he's a real good friend of us. Sergei, the floor is yours. Thank you. Thank you. It's nice to be at this panel. Nice to see all of you here. It's nice that we are here, that we here because we are ready to do something, at least at the expense of our resilience, because we continue our work in such time of hardships, and it is of great respect for all of us. As all this builds up certain support, we need this support, it's true, but we should rely on ourselves as well. For the reason that today we have started our Energy Day from the main thesis, building up trust, how it is important to have a good interactions between all the projects. And it's true. The key potential in Ukraine, it's people. Secondly, in Ukraine, we have lots of natural resources. And Ukraine, in this regard, could be probably one of the best European countries. But also trust, as I said, it's so critical. Summing up our discussions in the earlier session, one advice that actually was offered for the audience: in order to survive in this world, despite the hardships we go through, it's necessary to be competitive, more knowledgeable, and to find right partners. And we will actually try to do this. It's easier to talk over partnership rather than give good samples and good examples of partnership implemented. And Vitaly Poplavsky, Panasonic Ukraine. Alexei Parhamchuk, Investment Director of Impact Fund Denmark. Tatiana Litvin, the Director of Representative NIFO of Ukraine. Victoria Nalifan, GIZ. And Andriy Beresyan, ENFOS Ukraine Director. And as Anastasia said, me will be moderating this session. My name is Sergei Parovsky from UNIDO. Okay, let's start discussions on technologies, and then finalize our session with technologies. Vitaly, the floor is yours. Your story, how actually you started your operations and go on with operations in Ukraine. Dear colleagues, thank you very much for your invitation to this event. It's a very interesting event. It's a good forum, wonderful presentation. They will be useful for community representatives. My name is Vitaly Poplavsky. I am the staff of Panasonic Ukraine. I am proud to be with this company, and I'm proud to be engaged in Ukraine recovery programs together with Japanese programs. JICA, it's Агенція співпраці Японії. They use resources of Japan in order to give support to Ukraine. Let's start with the first slide. We show you what we have done, what we plan to do. Briefly, what has already happened? Actually, before the large-scale invasion, Panasonic actually was one of the first companies who left the Russian market, but also we give support to Ukraine. Initially, we started with humanitarian aid. Actually, we provided them with the standby facilities, and then with the assistance of JICA, we implemented the first series. It was the first range of programs on modernization and installation of heat pumps, Panasonic heat pumps in kindergartens. And the communities really were very happy with this and applied for the continuation of this program. And also, in my opinion, it is also interesting the project on vocational schools based on the technicums, and it is vocational schools in Ukraine. This project was initiated by JICA and Ministry of Education of Ukraine and found a strong support by the ministry staff. And we understand that today we have a really shortage of technicians who could actually provide installation of the energy efficient technologies. And we understand here, no doubt, we could give a strong response. Also, we do understand that for the future reconstruction of Ukraine, a number of proficient staff should be increased, and we understand huge work to be done in future. And the most important is that kids and those who study in vocational schools, it is necessary to give them the message and understanding that after finishing their vocational schools, they will have not only certificates, but they will have real skills and knowledge what will make their life more interesting and respectful. Ministry of Education of Ukraine approved this program. Now I would like to talk on the content of this project. We implemented this project in three locations, two in Kiev, one in Odessa. We selected highly efficient equipment in consultations of our specialists. We have training centers in Poland for our partners. Panasonic actually is one of the companies that engage in climatic systems, and also there is a big trust on the part of the Japanese partners as to the implementation of such program is really high. Some pics on the screen from the locations. Actually, you may see here 5D cameras, and actually they actually fed the image on the different locations in order to see what's going on. We have also external equipment assembling as well as external. The most important is that we have a nice peak of equipment, but we have a very good mission to give training for trainers, because solutions that were expected by the manufacturer, they should be known by the consumers of this equipment, by the users of these heat pumps, and lots depends on the culture. Training of trainers is very important for us. Specifically all this, you see on the pig that on May the 9th, we did commission one of the facilities. Deputy Minister was invited, as well as Ambassador of Japan. The Director of JICA Ukraine also was invited to this event. And but as we understand what is important, not only commission this or that facility, but also it is nice to use actively this space. JICA, UNICEF also are planning to use such an opportunities in order to give training not only our line specialists, but also the last grade students to be also invited to the classes in order to be in a full know on the novel technologies. And Sergei also mentioned that Ukraine is a very rich country. Mr. Ujihara from Japan, once we decided to travel to our partners across Ukraine, and he said, when he saw our fields, when we saw all the nature, he said, you cannot even imagine how Ukraine is rich. And we should rethink this, and this will allow us to think in a completely different format. Thank you.
Thank you very Vitaly, thank you very much. And so we will have this format, and later I will ask you many more questions after the story, and then there will be questions from the hall. So what happens when you commission this site? What your result of your work? How does it do? So please, all the donors almost they have the monitoring missions, and of course they make reports to the taxpayers. They want to show the efficiency of use of money. So when we install some equipment, it needs some maintenance and control, and understanding who will be the manager, maybe remotely. So maintenance is very important, and in the case of training centers, we train the trainers. They will continue to do it. It's very important because we wanted to load for the students. But in the case of these 5 kindergartens, we help local communities to manage this. But the previous example, there was a very good and efficient equipment was installed, but nobody maintained it, and it was broken. So always we needed to help people at the first steps, and someone should maintain. Yes, of course, Vitaly, it's very good. In my career, I had so many examples. When you spend money, you install equipment, but you don't train an operator, or just you don't change a piece of pipe that comes to the big and expensive boiler, and all this money they are used in vain, and the time is used in vain and bad reputation. But I saw 400 specialists should be trained every year. So the role of Panasonic was to install the equipment and to train the trainers and those who professors. And do you cooperate with JICA or someone else? Mostly we are concentrated on JICA, but now Panasonic works with the UNITA project in relation to decentralization of district heating, because many cities they have their plans and roadmaps, but small and medium cities they really need to get help how to develop a concept to make some networks or maybe some deviations. So this story is important, and just to put into global stories this decentralized heating. Yes, and of course we speak about economy, about development, but the most important, as in the US and Britain, the economy, it's a process that needs human capital, resources, money, which is the third element, not maybe not the most important, but you need to combine resources and human capital in time to make everyone working. So thank you for that Panasonic exists. You transfer these technologies, and you help our human capital to be better and more developed. Thank you. So if we had the representatives of the Japanese government, we would help them, because 1 year and a half the government of Japan provided a very big assistance, and we signed 17 memorandum with different agencies, and with us 180 million we received for support of critical infrastructure and the UNDP. And so, but to implement this, we need the partners here, we need the technologies and transfer of technologies. And now we will speak to Alexei, who represents Impact Farm Denmark. And Denmark is exceptionally powerful and as a trading country, because even despite the population of Denmark, which is even less than Kiev itself with the suburbs, but Denmark helps a lot of countries, and the most energy efficient countries are the Japan and Denmark, by the way. So the experience of Denmark and what Denmark is doing in Ukraine. Welcome, Alexei. Thank you, Sergei, and thank you for invitation to the conference. At this place, there should have been someone else, my colleague Soren Müller. The presentation is not mine. I can follow it, but if we speak about our experience, we are an investment fund, Impact Fund Denmark. Maybe someone you know. It's the investment fund for developing countries, and we can make investments in public field and in private, and my responsibility investment in private companies. Soren could not make presentations today. He is traveling, but I have the slides, and so I will not go very deeply in the slides, not to make a mistake. But once again, Sergei, thank you also that Denmark helped a lot, and Denmark is a business and entrepreneurial country. And if you ask even a Danish country to the Danish embassy, you will get an invoice because the government should earn. It's not a facilitation fee. In some countries it can sound negatively, but the services should be paid. And when we speak about the private investments, all our investments, they happen for the commercial capable to achieve the results of project. So our investments, we have more than 60 among them. We have 15 in private sector. They are all profitable, despite one which is in Kherson region on the occupied territory. And wind park Sivash, of course, we cannot get anything from that until these territories will be deoccupied and the guilty will be punished. But in the public field, we try to work with the growing activity. So every year on quarter, we try to do more, both in Ukraine and other countries where we work globally. And if we look at this slide, it shows the general picture what we do. So the most important here, we prioritize water as one of the main field of our activity, energy, and sanitation. I don't know especially precisely what it is about, but I would say that everything is about purifying and treatment of water and creation of environment good for living. And what I was impressed that billions of people in the world, they live in bad conditions in relation to water and sanitation. So that's why there is a question how in some heads of some politicians the idea is that let's solve something through war. Let's throw missiles and bombs on someone, and it will be better. So that's how, unfortunately, some countries they reason when they have these military capacities. But when our activities, we focus first of all on these issues, and we want that in our area of activity, through investments, the people who need better conditions for living, they would get these conditions, especially through these projects and investments that we finance. What do? We can provide grants that all grants are already distributed. Elena was saying our grant as a resource, as in many organizations, they are already used, and now we will have loans for municipalities, for municipality companies. We work for this, and I would say that Ukraine for our fund was always a priority, but because of the war, it became a very high priority. We compete with Africa here. Africa has always bigger chances despite all, but for investment in public sphere, 80%, they of course they focused on African countries, but we got a good result, and the team within our fund, which works is very much dedicated and makes a lot than it would do. So sympathy and empathy to Ukraine are very high for many Danish colleagues. And what happens in Ukraine, it's not only just a line in the news, it what them excites them, what happens near the people whom they know, with whom they want to work, and with whom they would like to be close in one state alliance like European Union. So it's very easy to work with Danish people in this way. So many of you heard about a special cooperation with Mykolaiv. Mykolaiv is the shipbuilding city, and Denmark is a shipbuilding country. So I think that today in the world it's not so easy to find a place where the ships are built. So the process is very complex. It becomes even a legend than truth, but we feel very comfortable in Mykolaiv, and we hope that Mykolaiv is happy about us. And in Mykolaiv we have an office of the embassy. It's very cool to have this separation from the embassy in Mykolaiv, and water is our priority. 40% of this and I will not stop on this slide. And it's very technical one. What we did in Ukraine today, our grants are 366 million crowns. It would be about 50 million euros. So the grants that we had and the resource we could provide, it was 50 million. Lviv, Mykolaiv, the money that had to go to Zaporizhia were distributed to other projects in Kremenchuk and projects for treatment facilities for water supply in Lutsk, Lubny, and Khmelnytsky. They are in the promotion phase. In Lviv, the water treatment project is a long-term one. So maybe it was before us and will be after us. And in all cities, we focus mainly on water supply or treatment of water. In Kremenchuk, as exclusion of money went for support of the destroyed facility for central heating for heat for the population. So that's what about our pipeline main activities. And I would say here that we continue to look at what is the water in other cities, and our contact information is not closed, and we understand and we heard today that we don't have quality projects, not because people don't need it, but because there are no people to prepare them and support. And with all empathy from our colleagues and allies, we need to tell them to support and explain, but there are very little people for emigration for mobilization, and it's not so easy to come to them and to give them some coffee, but it is not so much to get money, especially for big projects. And I will not speak more. So you see the contacts for Mr. Müller, for whom I present, and you can send your messages that will come to us. Thank you very much, Alexei. And
okay, thank you very much, Alexei. It's nice to have you here. And the Danish effort is really worth respect because we're also dreaming on such perfect work as you do. The water quality as it should be, probably we wish much it should be better like it is in Denmark. And our water resources are very powerful in all the terms because we use water for agricultural sector. Also, we actually have the water-operated energy plants, and it's I understand it's a long story in order to know how water resources could be used. We have sort of problems in Ukraine with regards the way the resources are used. But we understand the Danish experience will be a real helper for us. We have the vacancy director in Mykolaiv, director of water utility. It's a very tough story. It's a very tough story. It's a very tough story. Navko, how long you are here? From 1020, we have ratified a framework agreement, and we started operation even 3 years earlier. Navka was engaged in the projects on the gas offs reduction. Tatiana Litvin, you're the NAFCA head office director. Could you tell us what you really do? Actually, how you meet challenges and respond to challenges in Ukraine. And it's nice to be here with you, colleagues. It's nice to be here to share our experience. NAFCA, it's actually mainly tackles implementation, as we have a very good experience of challenges and successes. Thank you for the chance to talk here. A few words to be said, NAFCO. It is the international financial institution that works from 1020 in Ukraine. When NAFCA Ukraine ratified the agreement, we work also like EBRD and European Investment Bank, but the scales of our operation are smaller. Our main focus is medium and small communities. We work directly with communities, and over that time, we implemented more than 240 projects, and we have the office in Kyiv. We are present in Ukraine. We work with many agencies and donors, with the co-founders of NEFCO. Our main priority is that we are flexible and take quick solutions, and mainly we will be relying on sustainable results. From 2022, after the large-scale invasion, NAFCO continues its support to Ukraine in response to the challenges that occurred, and we initiated the Green Reconstruction project. We accumulated resources from Denmark, Norway, Sweden, and Finland, as well as EU, and this facility, more than 370 million euro. We mainly provide funding that is heat powers, cogeneration projects, energy efficiency of public infrastructure, schools, medical facilities, and there was one activity pathway that we started to respond on the respond on the mainly acute problem as destroyed housing. Our main office is in Helsinki. We have 9 persons in staff in NEFCO Ukraine. Currently, during the war, we are implementing during the war 60 projects. 24 of those have been already finalized. And when I was getting ready to this event, I wanted to focus on the most successful cases because it was very difficult to select them out of the total number of projects we implemented. And now from 2022, the NEFCO actually stopped some operations, that is easy terms, funding and financing schemes, implementation of green energy technologies. But for us, it was very important to give knowledge to communities how to work with investment projects. NEFCA actually has its own rules, internal rules, procurement rules, and for many communities, it was a very difficult story because it is not the public procurement. And from the beginning of the large-scale report, we fully switched to the grant-supported projects, and that is building housing in the West for the IDPs and under support of the European Commission, European Union. We also provided support, constructed 32 apartment blocks. Some of them has already been commissioned. And it's very untypical NEFCO project because it was a sort of a challenge after the war started, and we always support the green technologies, green reconstruction, and try to construct these housing blocks and apartment blocks in the most green fashion as possible. It was a sort of a challenge for us to rebuild the critical infrastructure. We started from the deoccupied communities in Kiev region, and with the support of the European Union, total cost of the program was 75 million euro, and we started rehabilitation of the district heating and water supply systems. Many of these projects are in its final stages. The first phase, we covered Kiev region, and then we included Chernihiv, Nizhyn, Akhtirka, and Trostianets, Первомайsk in Mykolaiv. And in Mykolaiv, we actually modernize heat and water supply systems. Actually, we today are ready to give response to the most acute challenges, and as we always give support for the reuse of the resources, and today we launched the program on the reuse processing of the waste because we have lots of debris of the ruined buildings, and we have a pilot project. We are preparing it. We have procured the equipment, and actually we sent some people for training to Finland, and they will get skills how to operate this heavy-duty equipment. And it is a sort of an institutional component, and we will be procuring the relevant equipment as well. Especially, it will be much demanded in the pre-front communities. We have a large number of projects implemented by our donors. That is Mykolaiv region, then they give rehabilitation to water utilities and thermal generation to be also rehabilitated and also we are planning to give reconstruction of educational facility and what we are planning to do. For us, it's important also to have energy savings principles in place, and hence we calculate all our needs based on these principles. Buildings modernization, street lighting. This project is being implemented in Zaporizhia now. And in pre-war years, in 20 and 22, we actually decided that we should include the green components in all our project, the heat pumps, the green energy components were offered for communities. Initially, communities were not very supportive to this, but now it is fully clear for the communities that these green components are fully related to our projects, and the green component is very important in these projects we implement today. Challenges, we have many projects, and also we have a growing number of challenges as well. And the most painful are the following: that is security and damage and of reconstruction. We have an example in Chernihiv. We implement district heating piping because our consultants during the last shelling, they were on the site, and you may imagine how all this affects people, how all this affects the locals, and how this affects those who work. They are aware of that what they do, what do they try to implement could be destroyed one day. And they witnessed this, how it is difficult to live and work under shelling. And also lack of human resources, subcontractors, engineers, construction workers, before the war. Actually, it was very easy to find the subcontractors, and now it is very difficult to find construction companies that are ready to work in the areas, territories where we work. And we had also cases. Actually, we had the situation when our equipment was fully destroyed at shelling. And it is important to understand that NAFCO tries to work as quick as possible and to finalize them in the shortest possible time. On the other hand, we are working on the high-quality project implementation and good results. We understand that we are living in the time of hardships, but for us it's very important to reconstruct or construct the new green Ukraine. In principle, actually, last slide actually answered all our questions. NAFCO early worked with businesses, and actually after the war started, you closed this activity area. NAFCO works mainly with communities from 2015. At that time we had our last business projects. What actually you need in order to to enlarge your operations, constitutional capacity, solid preparation, project preparation, it's must. And for us, it's important to find a system-based strategic project of interest of the communities. And for us, it's important to have these projects viable, facilities viable after project finalization. Thank you very much. Thank you for the representative of NAFCA for detailing us on their operation. GIZ support is huge for Ukraine. There are very many projects. Vladimir Pereguda and Victoria Garalan. We have 2 programs you are planning to present. 5 minutes each, please, for your speech. And we are ready to listen to you. Thank you, Sergei. Tatiana actually allowed me to be the first. Energy efficiency implementation in line with the EU directive on the energy efficiency. One of the tasks for us is promote energy efficiency, and the directive is based on energy efficiency. It is the most, and when we speak about reconstruction, recovery, all this should be based on what we are doing. Our project is a classical project of the international support project. I will not talk a lot on this. There are 2 responses normally from the OEDCs. Probably you are IT sphere experts, you assist only IT sector. And we are trying to build up institutional capacities in different sectors. We have the components in the program, work with communities is the activity area for which I am responsible. We should transfer knowledge on energy management for the communities. And it means with this, they will be able to provide operational management in their communities. And after this training, they will be ready to prepare more high-quality projects. And today, very many people said that sometimes we have certain bottlenecks and gaps when people were not able to install properties, supplied equipment. So for us, it's very important to have such an environment and condition when we have equipment, when we have money. For us, it's important to give learning for communities how to use equipment and how to use financial resources. And many who work with communities, those who got the international support from GIZ or other international companies, it is really easier to work because they have the basic institutional capacities. We will be continuing doing this in future. We are expecting to have because 3 weeks ago we have signed the memorandum between GIZ and Ministry of Development of Communities and Territories. We believe that we will continue our work in partnership with the cities, energy efficient cities. And actually, with empowering institutional capacities, we will also we're planning to implement a number of pilot demonstration projects where we'll show the practical, in practice, to our communities the way the projects to be implemented. And also now we finalize our study together with our colleagues in order to know what were the gaps, what were the bottlenecks in order to improve our operation and our work with communities as well. And I give the floor to my colleague, and she will be talking on the programs that were not typical in the earlier periods.
Our project of improving resilience of cities, of territorial communities in Ukraine is implemented by the German International Society and the Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation of Germany. So our project is doing recovery of social infrastructure and residential infrastructure in the cities for the last 2 years. Together with the partners, we successfully implemented measures of recovery. About some of them we will speak. We will tell you more in details. We recovered 355 houses from vulnerable groups of populations. 2 university buildings, a school, a therapy block of a city hospital, and dormitory for IDPs, and center of social services. We improved the resilience in the water supply and introduced a decentralized solution. Now a project supplied 118 cogeneration plants. We developed conceptions for 3 hospitals in Kryvyi Rih, and we introduced solutions for water supply in Mykolaiv. And one of our partners, if we speak about examples of successfully implemented projects, one of our partners is Kharkiv National University, named after Karazin, and the university suffered because of shelling 2nd September 2024. Windows were broken and frames. Our project replaced 550 windows, and we put protective film on windows to make them resilient to explosions. Our project in Mykolaiv performed repair works. They are done from Mykolaiv High School number 10 that suffered because of missile attack. There was a direct hit in the yard of the high school. All the windows, all doors were broken, and as of today, the school is repaired. Fire alarm is introduced, and we prepare a ceremony for reopening of the school. To be the school for 240 pupils of 2nd to 9th grades. In Mykolaiv, we opened a new department of ergotherapy in Mykolaiv, but they didn't suffer of the invasion from Russian Federation. But these premises, they were not used, as they were in the very bad conditions, and so the city needed them very much, and so we equipped them with beds and equipment, and 1,200 patients will be treated per year. One of the relevant projects for us, and all the support of decentralized energy supply and the protection of decentralized energy production elements. So as we said, we supplied 118 cogeneration units that allow our clients, the communities, to get heating and compensate the switching off from centralized grid. So it's very important with the heating season. For 3 city hospitals, we developed a concept of decentralized energy supply. We supplied the model boilers and 3 cogeneration units. As we understand today's challenges for cogeneration units, our project supplies protective structures of reinforced concrete that will protect from debris, indirect heat. Our partners, municipal companies, Luxembourg Red Cross, Ukrainian Red Cross, local architects, local construction companies, local NGOs. And finally, we managed to implement this amount of works because we have a very strong partner relations that allows us to move forward and make our country resilient. And the key factor of success is the municipal owners and the transparency of the local self-government bodies. And also, as the colleagues were saying, we were capable to provide, to assure our obligations because some support works can need our partners to be involved. And very important that with this successful experience, we needed to show this influence so that together with the donor organizations, we have the support from our partners, from self-government, from communal, municipal companies. And if we say what we need from scaling of successful projects, but getting advice from our colleagues, we can say that we need standardized concepts that we can multiply, we can continue when we know that we'll have the financing from donors. We're very important to exchange experience with the partners because, especially now, because of some inventions in current situations, they appear right now. And if we can share them, it's very useful, and our partners are very thankful. And also in our project, we try to look at the long-term perspectives. And if we have these evacuation measures and repairs, so we try to envisage modernization in the future. And so also the concept of recovery, which was developed for Kryvyi Rih, as a concept. So in this case, there was indirect missile hit, and during the recovery, we included the measures for energy efficiency, so that in the future it would be possible to put solar panels on the roof. Thank you, Victoria. Let's thank. It's not a work by GIZ. Maybe we will be able to make a separate panel that GIZ does in Ukraine. But it's very important that the most important that you showed how the partner cooperation is important. And now, thank you. And now, Andrei Berestan, General Director of Danfoss Ukraine, please, the floor is yours and your presentation. If you permit, I will stand up because I cannot sit anymore. So the people tell me just raise you up, and so the presentation. When I was invited to this panel, and Olen asked me, "Can you share some project?" And I would say, "How do I know? Maybe it is my project or not." GIZ is doing a lot. NEVCO, we participate as well, but we were thinking and contemplating, and we decided to share the approach which is shared since before the war and until now, where we live. we could light up these approaches with one single project in Slovutice, city financed by NEFCO, and to make some parallels, which approaches we can use in implementation of the project and light up this project with this project. So, couple of words about the project, and now maybe Danfoss knows about us as ITP. But what is interesting, these are not multi-story buildings, but 28 private houses that are connected to centralized heating. It's not typical for Ukraine, but for Ukraine, it's exception. But in Europe, this is normal. And so this is the replacement of heating pipes. This is the project. What we face now, we spoke a lot about this, and we spoke several times that it is about people, about competences. And unfortunately, looking what the designers are doing, that design engineering infrastructure, sometimes we want to cry, but we should accept this reality. We have less people, we should live with that, and we should do something. Resources and money, it's a problem always. We want to build fast with good quality, or just to build something new. And also the limitations of technological challenges and technical challenges. Maybe we should adjust all the challenges to what we have, and really we face some problems. As for the competences, if about Slovutice, so some. In some way, it's a small community, but which can become not only an example, but as a concept, because we have a long-term planning, because not depending who comes and goes, some deal, some course is continued, and people know how to make steps 1, 2, 3, 4. Even if Slovutice there are plans, not so big, but people implement them, and we should say. We should recognize that the mayor is working, the people around him are working, and step by step I was speaking already. And what we came to now, it's the use of standardized solutions in the maximum. So we will not avoid this, and these standardized solutions, ready solutions, they are important.
Solutions are very important. The more they are understandable, the cheaper project could be implemented. The point is that it could give good profits for the company, as such ready-made solutions. They provide also a lower cost maintenance. And it is also one of the issues to be in focus, because sometimes there are solutions that it is very difficult to maintain. And in this project also, we had the monitoring systems and remote control systems. And all this allows us to reduce the maintenance costs, because you may easily see what's wrong here or there, and then to think how to fix it up. And then if, for example, when you have this or that breakdown, then you will have the full idea what to do. Technical and engineering restrictions and limitations. Sometimes people get to us, and they sometimes always ask us. There are solutions that could be easily implemented, and to imagine something difficult and to invent the bicycle, sometimes it's not appropriate. If we have the specific for the house, private, individual, freestanding housing, how to connect to this central district heating. There is one small ready-made solution available in the market, and it's so easy to use it and nothing to be invented. Standardized solutions, both in engineering and technologies, all these lead that the designing phase takes less time. Also preparation for the preparation and assembling, because they take a ready-made block, put a plug in the socket, and everything is running. So it means also with this we could reduce operational costs. And actually, because we have had a certain experience, because we are present here for a long time, because sometimes probably our sales are lower than we expect, because mainly of the lack of competencies in Romadas. And also when we speak about ready-made solutions, when they are scaled up, they could be also localized in order to in terms of production, and the production costs in Ukraine will be lower than in Europe. And naturally, minimization of errors, it could be done at the expense of the implementation of the ready-made solutions. All these will give us certain privileges, certain benefits. Thank you, Andriy. Actually, you have voiced very many important issues like standardized solution, how they are important. If any question from the floor, you are much welcome. Natalia, do you have a question? Thank you. My name is Natalia Febrik. I'm a journalist. I would like to ask you, Vitaly, training of trainers. It's a sort of a very broad activity area, and very many donors speak on this, and many NGOs are engaged in it to give training for veterans, for women. For example, what about, could we invite trainers to Ukraine, or do you send and post these trainees to the east, to the Eastern Europe? Actually, no doubt we speak about the Romadas with high capacities, because if you have do you really agree that it is much easier to work with Romadas who are ready to work and could work? I will try to answer questions. I will be brief. Actually, to give training for trainers and lecturers, it's really very difficult. Because, here we should also have highly proficient people as well. And now we in such a timing living that communication with support of internet, it's very flexible and gives lots of benefits. European colleagues and European partners are very cautionable with regards to traveling to Ukraine. You know what are the reasons behind. And you know, some countries even limited legislatively the opportunity to travel, to have a business traveling to Ukraine. So what we do actually, we normally post our highly specialists who have a good command of knowledge to the territories where they could give this knowledge and skills to the others. And now, for us, it's important also to give training for the installation personnel as well. We don't forget, we keep an eye on this, and that's all. Briefly, in my presentation, I said capacity building is so important because we have lots of small and medium communities who had no experiences in partnership with international institutions. What do we do normally for such communities? We invite international experts, and these international experts, they give knowledge to these communities, knowledge on project preparation, feasibility and study, and that's why we are very open to very many communities, even very small communities who have had no experience earlier in international projects implementation. And thank you very much. I believe that if any question, we will have also more time for questions and answers. How to invite trainers, how to engage them. Andrei mentioned that when you go through the phase of exception, then you are ready to start with reconstruction. But let's rely on a slogan that we have the ever best people, and we will be relying on them. Беріть.
Thank you, colleagues. And after this discussion of examples, we will go to the next session devoted to issues of transparency, and we will speak about anti-corruption frame of recovery in Ukraine. Our speaker will be Olena Shulak, the People's Deputy Head of the Verkhovna Rada Committee for Organization of State Power, Local Self-Government, Regional Development and City Planning. Good afternoon, Olena, and the moderator, the one who will make a small interview with you, and our board member, partner of a legal company, Artinger Angelika Levitska. Please, Angelika. Yeah, very happy to be with you. I have a marvelous speaker, the person whom I know for 20 more years, Olena. Why this discussion happens today? Because our statistics are very sad, because according to statistic data, it was said that corruption is a problem for 50% of people in Ukraine, and after the war, after our survey in Ukraine, it showed that 71% were saying that corruption is a disaster in Ukraine. So during the war, I will not say again about the big scandal. All of us we know about this. So it's it's a pest of the society. We know that you work about the action plan, and can you tell us in short about the main players who will implement it, and what we should expect in the nearest future? What will be the changes in the legislation, and how positive they will be for the society? Good afternoon, dear colleagues, and dear representatives of communities and experts. We with Angelica, we are very limited by time, and we will go faster. If we speak about anti-corruption frame and recovery, and it is not enough legislatory acts. We need so that every branch of power would work, local self-government, and for sure lots of things depend on government, and even more on the civil society that do not allow corruptioners to sleep quietly. We see the topics that should be in focus of society. So we need them to work from four sides on this. But in short, what we should be focused now, first of all, when we speak about recovery and anti-corruption measures, we should start with planning. And today, at the level of legislation, government, and the legislation, a lot of things are done because we cannot go without precise rules, without transparency and publicity. And so if we look at the country, we have three levels of planning: strategic, dimensional, and budget. And if we put order in all these types of planning, if they are synchronized between themselves, so for 40% we will not have questions about anti-corruption actions in this field. So you know there is a strategy of the regional level adopted on the national level, and we have 22 regional strategies approved, and a lot of local strategies. People are working. Some people are smiling, I see, but it is not enough. The number of strategies. These strategies should have their instruments. Next instrument, once the Gromadas they won over the parliament, they put aside until 2026 the plans of dimensional development is the city planning documentation, without which we cannot go according to the plan. But we planned this since the first January of 2025. Every community will have this plan, which will be introduced into city planning cadastre. So communities didn't have time, and they promised to us until 2028 budget planning. Since 2024 we have a huge reform which is going on about public investment management. Today you can go into the website of Minister of Finances of Ukraine. You can open a state project portfolio. You will see 128 projects and from 2 trillion hryvnias, and you will see the industries of this project. This portfolio is supported by a regional portfolol, and every community will add their own. And so it would be nice to synchronize all these levels. And once again, this is a huge task for the government and local and district government to synchronize everything. Second big field without which we cannot make a recovery, all the processes that are related to digitalization. All of you, you work with big dream system, hundreds of communities, thousands of projects as a field, and it would be nice that the logics which we provided at the beginning of creation of dream it would be nicer to know what you see. What is the project? Who gave birth to this project? How the money will be used? And we hope that the dream will be integrated with other registers and digital systems. It continues, it develops, and it studies, and I hope that publicity of information on Dream will provide to reduce these corruption risks. City cadastre, you know, for many years we have a discussion that we need city planning code and city cadastre, but I don't know about code, but we have cadastre already, 7 cadastres, 7 communities. They have dimensional plans of development. They already uploaded to this cadastre. Lots of city plans are uploaded, and the most important, not to have this cadastre as a empty shell, but to be filled. Next story is connected to, of course, to procurement, public procurement. We have a Prozoro. Prozoro is working. There are people who know how to bypass Prozoro. They know how to cheat it. And for us, for experts and for Minister of Economy, those who are responsible for public procurement, we needed to make it so tight there is no any single crack that and especially we will have so big tenders for recovery. About other technologies, I will not tell you. Being construction standards, we cannot arrive to this conclusion that all construction standards would be done free for all people who build, because in Parliament we have some lobbyists, but we'll hope that it will be as in all other civilized countries, and also the corruption. We today have the monopoly that can be born. Today I will be speaking today about the monopoly on the market of consultant engineers, and our task is so that such monopolies would never appear. And of course, 1077, the draft law, I don't know if it passes, because it reduces criminal responsibility for all participants of construction business. Despite your designer, your constructor, your builder, what you will have the criminal responsibility, and not only administrative. So this is the last one of the last of my slides. Thanks to civil society and journalists, we know the term of notion agreement. It describes only one case. It relates to a big land plot. And just imagine $4 million, just a bribe for a document which is called construction permit, and it appears just before any delivery of the design. So just for one document, according to this agreement contract, the bribe was $4 million, and the general amount of bribes for all construction process would be $20 million. So, but it's only one side, and just imagine if we speak about small cracks where such bribes can penetrate, we should think. We should think how to close all these cracks, and of course, why they became possible. Of course, the absence of city building documentation and the city development map was was adopted in 1999, and it was supposed it will be working until 2020. And as on today, we don't have the plan for dimensional development. We have just only city territory planning plans. We should go to the planning department, and of course it creates all these risks as I was speaking before. So there is a solution: development of plans of dimensional development, putting into the cadastre and the public approach to this data. What can happen? Where is the historic territories of industrial sites and some plots? And so, without this, we will not fight it never. And so, please, I call for you and develop the dimensional plans, and there will be no corruption. Where there will be no corruption. Next thing where we should be focused. Digitalization. Our colleagues were speaking a lot before we started. Everything should be digitalized, all documents in city building, and these documents, they should not have the status of permit or quasi-permit. It should just be an extract from city cadastre. Any person would push on a button and will get all these explanations of what can be built and where and what are the limitations. So permits, we move with city planning department moving on. So we consider that all functionaries should be put away from all these permits. But today we have a huge number of registers. They integrated, and the systems they allow to check everything in order to block all the permits, or just to provide information if the information is relevant to reality to provide this permit. Today we just partially put into automatic mode the permit for start of construction mode, and I hope that not a single functionary will be able to check the documentation as the system could do. Also, the commissioning, you know, when there is a commissioning and lots of participants of the process who take decisions, that the most important that every responsibility will be documented in the system, and we will see if it is a functionary or just a general contractor who signed what, so we would be capable and define it and impose the responsibility. Construction norms, I was speaking, because it is not a construction forum, I will not stop. So automatic permits, I told you, information registers is also existing. Automatic check can happen. System can block in case of any infringement, and of course in all the world, including us, artificial intelligence is used. I tried myself, so it checks any estimates much faster than the experts. Monopoly. The monopoly is the way to corruption. We spoke about this, and today we understand that despite the city planning conditions and limitations, the corruption quasi-permit, but they are delivered only in self-government bodies. But what can be the fuse? We should break this monopoly to have an arbitrage, because such pre-trial complaining body can be GM, and we should put away this monopoly. SSMS2, these are the bodies that receive the powers, but of course I consider that the customer, state or private customer, would should decide where to go, to central body or to local self-government. Monopoly through certification of performers So, colleagues, I see the representatives of this industry. It should be overcome. Today, we have the experience when the certification of architects and the qualification improvement is done by some high educational institutions. I think that we can take the statistics and compare what would be better if it when it was one body was doing, or just when the applicant has the choice where to go. It is also about the monopoly of connection to grids. It's very easy to open the information to the maximum, especially for the designers, to get the best solutions, but not to listen to the monopolist advice. So to say, you go there, you pay some money, and you cannot check where will be the best solution. Also, the last slide, what we should not do, we should stop it on all levels. Our engineer consultants, as an example of efficient regulation. As of today in Ukraine, in the register, according to the last data, we have 100 entries that the persons have the status of engineer consultant. 60 of them, they have the higher category of skills, and 43% that can work on SS3 document sites. But what we have in the documents of the government, it says that there is it says that the salary of an engineer consultant is 3% of the estimate costs, and the responsibility of a consultant today is zero, just according to the contract, but it's zero. But and we come to system of public investments, and I was speaking about the portfolio, and when we look at 2026, what we wanted to spend, it will be 216 billion. If we take 3%, it will be 3 billion hryvnias, what potentially consultants can get. Now there is an active work on all levels, just to make the work of an engineer consultant as compulsory on every level, if it is government money. So I just ask self-government bodies, so it will touch you if the government will decide you will go to these 43 consultants, they will get 33% of the cost without responsibility for nothing. I will continue to show this slide, and because this is the top of the iceberg, and we looked at how many contracts from public part were signed for engineer consultants. It was more than 2.4 billion hryvnias. To this year, it's more than 5 billion hryvnias. Next year, it will be even bigger. But if the position becomes compulsory, it will be a very bad result. We cannot say that it is bad as engineer consultant, but the customer should select will they be 43 consultant on much more numerous. This is all from my side. We can continue endlessly. Thank you, and very beautiful speaker, and your applause, please. 3 questions from the hall and from me. So please, I just remember when we were doing the DIAMA reform, the times were difficult, and we were thinking if we would survive. Thank you for your position, for your transparency to make the best regulation. But where do you think there will be the biggest resistance? Self-government bodies, self-government bodies, they are different. Some of them they want to have investments and private capital to come. They would build industrial facilities, and there are bigger cities. They say we are good as we are. We don't want digitalization, no law 655, don't break our monopoly. We will do as we do. Permit before starting, and you saw the operation Clear City, 4 million was the example. So that depends if we introduce the city planning control, and out of 1,000 communities, only 100 they received. It means they are not interested. But if you introduce some radical approaches, they become somewhat fearful. But I'm sure that civil decentralization and digitalization, sometimes sharply, but they can bring to changes. 81% the people are not ready to go to solve the corruption. When in 2019 we were planned to create one single register in the construction field, and people were laughing at us. It's very good the people were laughing when we introduced the 655 law. And now when we introduced the single register in the construction, we agree that if we did not believe that we will not be able, people will not allow us. But the second question, the energy market for today, we have donors. Do you take into account the anti-corruption frame and compare with European experience? Do you take into account in European integration field? Yes, we take into account. We have the state anti-corruption program, and it's very well designed there, and so there is a very good compliance with programs of an anti-corruption agency. So I think that everything about cadastre and city planning and the plots, there will be visible. But as for the standards, we have to speak about the security. We should build everything with the shelters, and of course and green recovery. It is one of the priorities already now in the security field, and of course inclusivity, bareless, and we cannot move under modern rules without this. And of course, because a lot of people became people with disabilities, we did a lot on the paper, but when we go out of this hall, we will move on in the streets, we will have to see. We need to do a lot. So thank you. But the last question from you, the day when it will be, when we will see that we wanted to introduce all these approaches realistically, where we will wait an introduction of all this European integration, transparent approach. I would like to say this year, but it is not the law on regulation 355 about construction materials. We lied. We wrote for 4 years, and we approved for 2 years, and the protection of investors, we wrote for 7 years. We passed through the previous parliament, and we didn't do, but we do it now. So automatic permits, we stopped them, but I am sure that it could not be reversible road. So come back. So just to say that let's wind up these electronic elements. Well, let's stop a dream, and but it will not be paceable. So well, let's hope. But for us, it is not. It is not as a basic law of recovery is not voted. We don't have even as legislation the term of what is it recovery. It is to rebuild what was before, or just a recovery. Following the social and industrial economic development. Thank you, and applause to our fantastic speaker. 3 questions from the room. Let me come to you. Maybe the question for some Andrei from Star Constantinium. Water supply company, maybe not in the topic, but it's about the digitalization. I'm worrying. Please worry. So there is a layer of people of Ukraine. They don't have personal individual numbers, and they use the old passport data, and so they don't use this D application. What do you know about this problem as a DPL deputy? Yes, I am a DPL deputy. They pay taxes, they have businesses, but do you understand? So do you understand that you will they will be speaking about? You didn't say anything. Please be respectful to the speaker. If the person cannot use D, she can go to center of administrative services or social services, and people will help you to get the service for which you count. This service can have different character, starting from recovery and finally by medical services, educational, and so. But I recommend everyone to get these numbers. We are in the top 5 countries in the world with digital services. We are proud of the achievements in digitalization. I will not promote. These people who are within the actual legislation. Thank you for your question. So we agree that it will be. We agreed that 3 questions. I'm sorry, we have 4 more people. Vyacheslav Paluka, Energy Efficiency Cities of Ukraine Association. When I speak to municipal companies during the procurement process and different international project, they never complain about project and EBRD, NEFCO, and so everything is okay. And these procurement done through FIDIC rules. These rules are approachable, and we can use it. Is it correct to just to adopt them in the national procurement system? So we follow the principle, as Andrei was saying. We put 2 things incompatible. So we use something that is not compatible with FIDIC, and we cannot FIDIC you now. So instead of improve the practices, we put people into the worse practice. What is the logic of such changes? We should move into the principles of European approaches for purchasing and management. The companies that support as consultants, they are responsible for what they do, while us, they don't do. FIDIC, they provide for this, but why don't we go into this sense? FIDIC that supposes this. We spoke about digitalization, and in the world we have not only FIDIC but even a dozen of different contracts. So our task is, if EBRD works with FIDIC, let it work with EBIC. other institution can work with other platform. The most important, there will be no monopoly. As of today, the discussion is very broad, and we need to change a lot as people work in the European Union in the public procurement. One more question, please present Petro Glebitsky and C consultant. Very good presentation. And the first slide I see the generative artificial intellect is used just for visualization. I wrote my text with my hands, but for visualization, maybe you will open a curtain. What the state? What does the state have as new instruments? Maybe some science fiction besides what we just announced today from positive things. So digitalization, we will make it broader. I cannot even have a dream about three things. Just give us a kind of hope. Recently, I was looking and studying the practices of European Union. We speak today a lot about planning, and we want to rebuild our cities better than before. And sometimes we don't have enough vision how to do it. In European Union, there is a big technism when they create a city, a twin city, when you create a district and some network, and you select the best solution. I would like that we have such possibilities here. But if we dream, as of today, we have huge perspectives how to use the remote assessment with satellite technologies, and I think that we use them for very small part, but these digital and satellite technologies can be useful for us to find dangerous territories, to work with polluted soils, and so for business and for public. I showed only two applications. Thank you for your presentation, and we applause once again to our marvelous speaker, and we come to the next one. Thank you, Elena. Thank you, Angelika.
Let's get to our next session, our next panel. I will be moderating this session, and we will be discussing successful cases in partnership, in building up partnership between communities and businesses. I invite my colleagues, Alina Swiderska, General Manager of Skatek in Ukraine. Skatek is a Norwegian company engaged with the solar energy. They built in Ukraine a good number of solar plants, and today they are ranking the third on generation of the green energy. Alexander Vizir, Ukrainian Facility Platform. Anna Yurchenko, the co-founder of the Analytical Center We Build Ukraine. This panel is devoted to the topic on building up interaction between communities and private companies. For us, it's important to talk over this topic because we will have good sample discussions the way communities build up this partnership with businesses, empowering communities in this regard, give them skills how to build up a partnership with the private companies will be very important in future. And actually, also we understand invitation of loans, invitation of other instruments. It's important, but without building up such partnership, it's difficult to have a successful puzzle. Alexander, you will be the first. Could you please detail us on what you do in your organization? You have an sample or one case of building up such partnership. It's one community. You have 6 minutes. You have presentation, right? Microphones. Now I will not talk a lot on partnership with the businesses for how it's important for communities. Green reconstruction has very good perspectives for the future, and development of different approaches as to the green generation. This was launched back to 2023. In 2023, we have lots of legislation documents on this green energy topic, and OCA actually was not engaged in green, but now we see how many chains actually decided to engage be engaged on sustainable power-related projects. But such a good cases for interaction between businesses and, for example, companies could be replicated for the interaction of communities with businesses. We understand that we will have lots of changes, but when we speak about the transmission, for us it's very important to understand what are the requirements of the transmitting companies, and certain operators, for example, could map out certain mix of different components in this scheme, but lots of details also could be commented on. What actually we plan to do for cooperation with communities. One community is really very advancing, others are a bit behind, but we would like to build up the energy mix that will be beneficiary for this community. So it means that it could be viable. It means private investors will be ready to invest in it. The point is that we have many types of communities, communities that could invite investments and communities that cannot invite investments. But we would like to offer for all the communities ready-made solutions. The energy mix concept. We understand that it could be a ready-made solution, then it will be less costly for its maintenance and support. But in order to single out all these, we should always remember about the economic benefits. Also, with regards to the renewable energy sources, gas piston systems could be used. The logics of this system actually to have the power savings, and potential investors will have the gains on operation of their equipment. For us, it's important also to highlight that cooperation with communities is important, but here we aim to provide three key components. Firstly, it's technical assessment of local needs. Then for communities, it's important to find the legal models for the interaction and cooperation, because we understand that it is difficult. We see with one community, we are in the phase of implementation of the solution, how these legal models could be applied. And when this document is worked out, after that, they could announce tendering. And the third component, we did it only theoretically, we did not start it practically, because if we have a sort of a different generators capacities, how actually we could create such a mix, how we could speak about aggregation of all these sources, because for the level of community, consumption normally will hardly be predictable. If, for example, the legal modality is improved, no doubt positive impacts will be with community. When we accomplish structurization, then we could actually reach huge effects on that. What we do analyze, no doubt, actual data on consumption for the last 3 years. It would be nice hourly-based consumption, but sometimes it's not available. But as minimum, at least the overall power consumption for individual consumers. I understand for certain communities it's a problem, but each economic entity where they, for example, consume energy, the data on real consumption data, they should be available. They should be collected and analyzed, because without this, any model could be worked out either on legal mechanisms and models or work with donors, etc. An important issue that is not normally analyzed, but in the context of potential reform of the legislation, it is allowable capacities. With time, this issue will become very critical. It means that it is not something on paper. In case that if you, for example, above the allowable consumption, one day it will become, it will cost for the companies. And now, actually, why we do need the analysis of the allowable capacities. because here first we see actually capacities that could be fed, and with communities where we do this analysis, we normally analyze as different facilities with a high capacity, consumption capacity. Very important to do this analysis. And here it is important, microgrids utilization also important, because for example, if you, the green energy producer generator, then if you have these microgrids, then it will be very easy to sell the extra power. As Torsten, in the beginning of our session, started talking the topic of the ice cream producer, and he needs power, to whom he should go? Definitely, this ice cream producer should go to the businessman. And then when there is a good linkage between him and business, then he will be a successful entrepreneur in his community. And we understand that the point is that we have certain legislative frameworks, and they are available today. How to use these legislative frames, everything could be tackled out. You gave very good examples, and the point is that you have already did a lot of work with a number of communities. How all this goes? Oh, difficult. We have very bad cases, poor cases. No, I will not comment on this. In Kiev regions, why they did fail, because they were the first. They did analysis. Actually, we prepared this aggregation of energy sources, and we made the presentation in the city council. We invited deputies, and but we asked them whether they have any questions, but they said we don't want to be the pioneers in this process. Mayor likes everything. The council does not like it, rather does not like it. It's realities. Very often we actually try to select the Gromada not based on the resources available, but on the good dialogue between, for example, mayor and the city deputies. Though this is sort of one of the difficulties we encountered. So we have 2 poor cases, but 3 in 5 cases have a good chance to be implemented. Anno, I know that you prepare capacity building programs for communities. You are ready to work with private investors. Could you elaborate on it? I have presentation. I would like to show you my slides. 2 words to be said about our organization. 1 year ago, we founded it. So we have representatives of public community, representatives of private businesses, and currently in our work, we started work on building up capacities in Hromadas, public community projects, national government level projects are prepared, but with regards to capacity building, you see some diagrams. It's a survey we had this fall. We asked 100 Hromadas. Also, we took all types of Hromadas, and the main objective of this research was to understand what are the needs in Hromadas in terms of capacity building. What is lacking in Hromadas to start reconstruction, to develop and to implement different types of projects. We had really very different types of Hromadas in terms of their capacities. Because I worked in the government for 3 years, and I was overviewing some international projects that were implemented both at the national and local level. And at that time, it was very critical. You know, very often international financiers mainly stated different events that for them it's no difference whether Hromadas has capacities or don't have capacities, but still they are more interested in Hromadas where they have capacities. But you know, as to the capacities, it's a difficult story, because you may imagine that when we have the human resources at the level of Hromadas, but one day they could, for example, move to the other part of the country, or men could go to the military force as they mobilized. And you know, when we have the lack of human resources, you know, it's sometimes difficult to speak about capacities, because for them it's really difficult to speak. For example, if the project is not in this inception phase, but in the phase of tendering and procurement, then you may imagine it's necessary to have such proficient capacities. That's why we actually put a focus on capacity building, and it is a highly costly exercise. And for us, it's important to see in future whether there will be benefits and gains on this exercise. We will see in future. But also in this survey, we actually asked development, Hromadas development, invitation of investments. It's very critical, and many people in the local governments, they understand that they need knowledge and skills on these topics. In the beginning of the current year, to our NGO, actually, Colonel get to our company. It is the company that pays lots of taxes in Ukraine. They work in 190 Hromadas. They asked us, could you please, because earlier you were engaged in the implementation of projects in national and local level. Please, let's cooperate in Hromada level implementation of the projects. We will be ready actually to support them with training. We will give them support in project preparation. we understood that for Kernel, it's now difficult to work with some Hromadas for the reason that very many Hromadas have constraints. Now we have launched the platform for Hromada development, incapacitated, and we actually selected 3 topics. Also, we provided offline and online trainings. And we actually invited to this webinar and trainings number of communities. 674 representatives of Hromadas were covered with these platform efforts, and we try to be present in all communities in all parts of Ukraine. 303 communities are covered with our activity, and we see that actually we have an increasing interest on the part of Hromadas in multiplying knowledge and transferring knowledge and skills. No doubt when we have this or that request on the part of community, normally we include them in the list of participants of different webinars. And the point is that the last training we conducted in fall this year, it was in the form of webinar, but within 20 minutes we got 30 questions, and we understand that it's necessary to have one more webinar for answers and questions. And we realize that there is a good feedback on the part of the audience. We understand that the history of the work of our analytical center will play a role. We are planning to invite proficient lecturers in order to build up capacities. Next year, we will focus on the work of Hromadas and the private sector. We will start our activities in the realm of private-public partnership. And here we understand that we should be very sincere here, because we plan to speak in a very simple words how, for example, communities could work with the instrument of private-public instruments. Unfortunately, we have not implemented at the level of communities a single project with the public and private partnership. When, for example, we started talking over this topic together with EBRD, and we started this talk with big communities, and they say, oh, no, we don't need it. Maybe one day we will be engaged. Also, we have launched one more project. It is supported by EU, and mainly it is focused on the strategic planning and work with communities. Communities should have understanding how they should do planning, how they should prepare strategic papers. And here, actually, we have invited a number of lecturers. So we have very different lecturers, representatives of the government, representatives of businesses. We discussed also energy resilience issues, inclusivity issues, and We understand now that there is more understanding in Hromadas, but we made an attempt to have a system-based dialogue with Hromadas in order they will have understanding what instruments are available and how this handshaking environment could actually engage them in such projects. So our work will be ongoing. Thank you very much. And it's a fantastic work has been done by your analytical center. Alina, you represent a private company. Could you elaborate on how did you work with the communities? I understand that this your experience, please.
So thank you. This year we started in 2012 or 2014. So there were no such programs on capacity buildings of communities, and how we selected investment project, and the company we invested 400 million euros in green energy. We have in Kyiv, Mykolaiv, other regions, but we didn't select by the community. We just were looking where it is a good place for connection to the grid, and so if you don't need to connect them through one substation or two substations, if you can put a line for 2 kilometers or 10 kilometers. The second is the land plot. We cannot choose some problem land plots or just ecological requirements. And if we take this land plot for 20, 50 years, and then we see in which communities this community where we can come. So as a lesson, there were problematic gramadas, and there were some very good and flawless gramadas. And so for sure, the communities with whom it is easier to work with result much faster and more efficient. So we implement our project faster, and we develop a social project, because besides green energy, we do a lot of for the community. We build roads, we just repair some facilities, courses of English, and so also we just build some water supplies. And in some communities, there were situations where people blocked roads for us when we come with the equipment, because we needed to build hectares of solar stations. But in the village where we worked, there were no roads at all. So they looked at us as an opportunity to build these roads. So they decided to block for us the field roads where we passed. So instead of decide in constructive dialogue, but they just decided to put blocks. So everything can be solved. It's the problem of communication. So, but it's also the work of the developer. It's a design phase first, and then the operational phase when you work already. So the operation phase, it's important because it's important for us. If the community develops, we can develop the community with us. It's very nice that we have the capacity building programs now and projects so that we can develop the communities not only with the investors that inside in the region, but with the bigger spectrum of possibilities, because it's not only Skytech or kernel, or just there could be some other investment opportunities. It's to build roads, and when we build a solar station for water supply, they didn't even know what to do. They said it's not possible to use, but we told them it is automatic. So the people cannot understand. I don't blame them, because they don't have specialists in the region, and it's important to help them and to explain how it works. So it's very important and responsible work. So please look at the community with a partner approach. Don't look at the investor as an enemy whom you can shout and he will build something, but you can build a partnership and he will build something very good. For example, our company invested for more than 1 million euro in social elements. Just for social, and in all our projects, communities come and we tell them, and we hear them, and we say that we have this, and we find common approaches, and we do something cool, and it's very pleasant that we can achieve something. Thank you. And one more question from the room. Yeah. Renem? So, good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm Marina Abramian. I have the question to Mr. Alexander. So you thought about the difficulties when you select information from consumers of electricity in communities. Sometimes these are municipal companies who are consumers B, or just who are on the tariff of the operator, small home consumers. So they don't have the meters, and you go to the operator of distribution, and sometimes he is not the electricity supplier. And can you operate with electricity suppliers? Sometimes they're not so friendly, but they can help you. And second, it's a first question that, and sub question: what to do to for the consumers about whom they I told you, for them going to a square will mean the payment more. Thank you, and it's a very good question. I will try to answer in very short. I would be capable to talk to you for a year, for hours. It's a painful story sometimes. I never promote a score, and I don't call for people to go to in masses to a score. So that depends on the schedule, but sometimes it happens. A small example: we built for one spa complex, a carport, a solar station, a carport station belongs to a private business, and he sells the electricity to this spa complex. And what was the logic? When they received their bill, it was in the middle of the summer, so they said, please, you sell us with 6 hryvnias, and the banker asks for 10. How can it be? I analyzed the curve, and I showed you, and there is a fundamental fundamental change, because in summer the tariff in summer in the day is much more easier, so the two-zone tariff is not needed at all. Sometimes you need to analyze the whole curve, and during the year it will be like this. And going to Group A, they started to pay 20% less taken from the grid. But we needed to analyze this because those who work with a steady steady schedule. For example, the dairy producers, they work at night, and it's very important. So the schedules shift, and it's for the first question. As for the second, maybe I will tell you. I don't ask everyone go into one single mold and use. So first, very relevant story. So go for, if you don't have data, go to your supplier, because he has his data, all of this data. You pay to him, but very often. We don't have this. Why I paid this citation to the operator of distribution system? Because often you don't have a score, but you have Azoto, and he pumps your hourly, so you don't have data per hour, but the data of our consumption, the operator distribution system can have them. And if we see physically that he's got Azoto, we ask him, because hourly consumption, I just feel that we lose the audience because you use the abbreviations. Anyway, the data are very good, and I like good data with hours, because they let you to model and in the much better way to produce a good and much more interesting product if we use the schedules in the whole region with absolute numbers of the months. But you're correct, and I didn't pay attention. So if you don't have the data, go to your supplier, then you go, then you move on. Sorry for the abbreviations. Thank you. And if we have a very short question from the room, if not, we would better move on. Thank you a lot to our speakers and for your presentations. And before we go to the next panel, when we'll talk to the Gromadas, I will remind you once again that today we gather for Leleka, and we will use prizes very soon. To participate for the prizes, you need to donate more than 500 hryvnias, and if you donate from other bank, please show your contacts on a name, so that we would be capable to find you in a way in case of win. And we've got time for video about Leleka Fund, who can help you a bit what they do, if you don't know about them. I know about the war, not from the news. We came to Luhansk in 2014. My brother is at war. I cannot be away because I want to come back to my parents' house. I'm here for more than 10 years. Since the beginning of the war, and I help the army. I do medicine, tactical medicine, and it's a very big part of my life, and the life and saving lives of our military. It's a bigger part of my living experience, and many people with whom I worked and worked for many years, I was acquainted. They are not with us anymore, unfortunately. And for me, it became my personal part. And I have a small daughter, so 4 years old, and I do what I can, and I know, so that she lived at her home and should not run away from the war around the world, and she would go to Ukrainian school and speak Ukrainian language. That's it. I am not by chance here. I learned about tactical medicine in 2022 when people started to compose medical items for all the for our friends who went to the front, and then I continued to work with oncological patients, and the war was quite away from us until my fiancée died. And I didn't stop to help children, and I continue to work with them. And I want so that every military medic, my Zhenya was a medical medic, so they would continue to help our military. And we so thankful to the Leka Foundation. You are beautiful, and so you did so much, and the medicine is working now. So this is what our colleagues are doing, and it's a very important work, and I call for you to support it in the system. And we will move on, and I invite Svetoslav Pavlyuk from Association Energy Efficient Cities of Ukraine to moderate the next session, where we will speak with people from communities, and unfortunately, our colleagues from Mykolaiv and Kovel will not join us offline because they are online, and today it's a very difficult time for communities, constant shelling, and our colleagues could not risk to come to Kyiv to talk to us physically. That's why they will join us online.
The floor is given to Svetoslav. He will be moderating this panel. Could you please speak a bit what will be the topic for our discussion? Do we have a good connection with the we do have? Sergei Korin and Mr. Taras, the first deputy of the city mayor in Kovel city. They are not with us, not for the reason that it's scary to travel to Kiev. The point is that actually they have a very tough day agenda because we are facing the heating season. Actually, for us, it's important to invite for this event, actually, those who are closely engaged. These two cities have very similar, but in another hand, very different experience. Mykolaiv, that is actually very close to the warfare, and because the pathway was very difficult, because they had no water supply. And Kovel city, actually, they receive very many IDPs. IDPs from different parts of Ukraine, and we understand Mykolaiv is a much larger city compared to Kovel city, but it would be interesting for you to have this talk. Unfortunately, they are not available to be with us at this event. They asked me whether they should start connecting. Because normally it's a very tough routine. If they are set to be connected at 4:30, it means not at 4:27. But for us, it will be interesting to understand how they perceive their work in different programs funded from different sources by international financier. Mainly, it's grant-supported project. Many of these many of such like programs were engaged in these cities, and they have a good experience in work with different types of projects. Alina represented survey data. It is shown that actually everybody is informed on the instrument that to be used, but everybody are more inclined to work only with grant-supported programs. Okay, Sergey, are you with us? Taras, are you with us? Hello, me with you. Korenev. It's nice, Sergey, that you are with us. If, for example, you have your camera on, it would be nice to see you here as well. Sergey, in our event, we have discussed very many topics, actually international financier projects, work of agencies on cooperation, collaboration with the cities. We also are very interested on the capacities of the communities. What is your vision with the programs and projects funded as a reconstruction? We speak about the scalable reconstruction. It's construction of the new infrastructure facilities. Actually, Mykolaiv, it is one of the cities that actually started, they were the first on rehabilitation of the water conduit. In your opinion, what instruments are workable, what instruments are not workable, what should be changed in order mayors' offices will feel better? Yes, to work with their own resources is the most simple scheme, but we don't have our local resources. Mykolaiv is a very successful city, especially with Denmark, and we are given a strong support not only for Mykolaiv but for Mykolaiv region. You know, and lots depends not on the donor, but on the partner with whom the donor works. We work with a great number of partners, UN organizations, organizations who work with IDPs, NGOs, international organizations like GIZ, etc. But when we have one father for all the projects, it's much easier to work. But we understand sometimes co-funding arrangements could be in place. For example, when one phase is supported by one donor, next phase will be supported by the next donor. Vision and it's difficult to say that we have this or that, those or these projects successful. We have only specific projects. We have very many cases. With some financiers, projects are easygoing. With some financiers, projects are more difficult and more difficultly run. Today in this conference room, we had discussions, and one of the cases was Mykolaiv. Budgeting, it is one of the issues. When, for example, the initial cost was 6 billion, but when we do optimization, the cost of such exercise will be much lower. For example, how you form budgets for large projects. We understand that budgeting, it's one of the issues. Is it the issue with the designing team or cost estimation documents, etc.? Also, we have very many communities who joined our event, and we are aware that very many communities have no capacities, not enough capacities. Also, very many communities are curious to understand where actually they encounter these or that bottlenecks, for what they should be ready. Probably I'll better tackle budgeting issues. Invitation of the loans, because grants also. You know, with the loan-supported projects, not everything goes so smooth. The point is that the city of Mykolaiv works both with the grant and loan-supported projects. In the municipalities, we have normally not a single project. If you take, for example, this project or that project, always we think about recoupment. For example, municipal transport projects, it's difficult to speak about recoupment, but nevertheless, EBRD gave us a support, and we invested resources in 42 new trolleybuses in Mykolaiv. 22 million euro is the total cost of the project. Half of this amount was a grant supported by the Danish government, and the remaining part is a loan supported part, and we pay both the interest as well as the interest on this loan. We understand that for the citizen communities, it's important to invite different sources of funding. We understand, for example, EBRD provides resources for the long time. They give also financial holidays for the beneficiaries. But the point is that we have some infographics on this category of projects. It was presented by Lviv municipality. It was shown if they have a normal interest rate, it is beneficiary to have these loans in support of municipal infrastructure. Also, for example, if you have different categories of programs, sometimes the government gave us the easy term of crediting. The interest is only 1%. And we have also for example, we work with Denmark. Denmark provides us the cleaning equipment, street cleaning equipment. 40% of this project is grant supported, and the remainder of the project cost we got with the 1% interest, working with the investment bank. We understand that we actually repay the loans on time and pay the interest on time. That's why our load on the budget is not increasing. Also, we have our internal documentation. We have also different legislation. We also work when we work with NAFCO. In NAFCO, for example, normally the project cost is the final cost when we work with NAFCO. But NAFCO wants us to have the expertise on the project. But, they don't allow us to sign their cost estimate documentation without expertise. And it appears, but sometimes NAFCO is interested in some nuances that are not pretty understandable for communities. Each case of any project is unique in our history, and as to the success of the work with international financiers, sproможності, capacities are not, they are limited. And to centralize cooperation, it's the attempt of very many actors. It's better to decentralize cooperation. In each department, certain utilities at the level of municipality have more capacities than municipalities. So it would be nice for these utilities to have cooperation eye to eye to their partners, not only through municipalities. But very often municipalities want to centralize cooperation. It's not the practice. It's not the case in our city in Mykolaiv. And in my opinion, international department, it is actually sort of a support to the other departments which are lacking capacities. So international departments at municipalities, should be better managed by the relevant departments. When you were launching your projects with Denmark and other partners, actually, presence and availability of project documentation, what was its role? Whether it's important to have project documentation? I believe that, there is a good sense to have the project documentation prepared before the launch. UNOPS, very often they actually, it's a sort of a specialized organization they build, and very often for 3 months UNOPS opened office in Mykolaiv that they cannot start their activity. But our understanding was where actually we will be ready to put the local resources, that is shelter construction and the reconstruction of school. We get to them. You see, this is the affected areas in the city. We have prepared the project documentation 1 year ago, 2 years ago, but there is the need. And when actually after our visit, we launched our cooperation with UNOX, and when we proposed them the list of projects they could be engaged in. UNOPS also, we were planning to reconstruct school. We had project documentation. We provided them with documentation, but they redid it by 100% by their Denmark, in their Denmark fashion, and but they hired the Ukrainian design company. Whether all this okay? Yes, the school will be much better. No doubts. My understanding that project documentation availability of these documents is good. It's a big plus. It is to be added. Not all the donors are ready to work with the capital construction. When they perform as a customers, mainly they do scheduled repairs. But as to the capital construction and capital investments, there should be this three-party agreement. Sometimes they are not ready to have this three-party agreement where we perform as a customer. They have the role of our partners, and also we have the subcontractors as a third party.
And with whom you find easier to work with a three-partite contract? In case the three-partite contract and the finances coming from the partner, so it's easier, it's clear, it's transparent. If we have several two-party agreements, it's very difficult to do. Why difficult? Because there are some unclear by the partner or donor of the Ukrainian legislation, so we cannot get fast through the permit for construction, and it goes for longer time, and everything is ordered by the donor, and according to the agreement, just design and build. There are lots of mistakes. We cannot put it into the register, and it's difficult, but we can do it. Can I ask you a not correct question? With whom it's easier to work, and with whom it's to work with? It's the most difficult to work, but maybe I will skip it. But with whom, as donors and institutions, you have the easiest way to work, with whom you worked until now, from your experience? Maybe I will tell you, I will name you those with whom we have the most experienced, successful experience. For me, a donor is a country who finance money into Mykolaiv. So it is Denmark. That is Denmark in general. It's a kind of the locomotive of the train, and maybe it teaches not only us but other countries how to introduce this cooperation. And so I point out Denmark as the best partner. As for the organizations, for example, Danish Refugee Council is a beautiful partner. They have an office in Mykolaiv. Maybe at the end of 2022 and on beginning 23, it's beautiful partner. I can point out Japan and JICA, Japan International Cooperation Agency. They are so meticulous to all details, and they reproduce so much into details. I was so much shocked by their approach. maybe it is a kind of a style of living, Japan style of living. Beautiful partners. That is what I can point out. So thank you a lot. Thank you for this story. And now I would like Taras, first deputy of city mayor in Kovel, please go through in short through the projects where you invested and to remember what were easy, what were difficult in implementation, where should we look more, what to pay attention to for the communities when they implement such a projects. Greetings to Svetoslav, greetings to colleagues. Happy to see you all. Thanks for this opportunity to talk to you. In fact, I think I will tell you one thing which Sergei did not tell you. Maybe they don't have such situations in big cities, but for cities for up to 100,000 population, maybe the problem is the absence of good managers. Maybe to write an application, it's one thing, but to manage the project, it's much more difficult. It's something different because in such a cities like Oval, it's very difficult. So it's also this is a phrase to you, Svetoslav, because you have lots of programs where you teach managers how to work with a project. You show to them the good cases, and you help people how to build these specialism. Please pay attention. So we started to do it in 2020. We had very little such programs, but today we have just a small portfolio, and we have now for 3 years we implemented already 100,000 project and in 3 years, but now we have the projects for 1 billion hryvnias for the city, where we have 1 billion the whole budget. It's a good resource. So it was a war. It was resolutions because the people they do not accept in the reconstructions and renovations in such cities, and we did not have so much money. What was the budget of the city? So our own income is we created our budget. Tomorrow we will accept it, 960 million, and you will attract 1 billion, and so we work now on 4 projects with 1 billion, and maybe we will implement it today. But maybe we'll finish in 2027. But we work with 1 billion, and it's infrastructure. Money they come into economy. It's infrastructure. It's capital repairs, public buildings, transportation, and Poland, Ukraine, internet next, and reconstruction of international highway that goes through the city. What was your recipe to attract this money? How did you manage? How did you happen to attract this money? Maybe in generally it would not be just to say everyone speaks in behind the stage. People say that about the donors. So it's a very important personal communication, reputation of the city, of the mayor, and personal communication. It's very important. And so GIZ, for example, they are easily working with citizens who have cooperation stories. It's very difficult to enter their project. So, but if you implement with them 2 or 3 projects, you will be always in the database and for the equipment, for the supplies, and so you just look for possibilities to communicate with managers, with donors, and you show with your actions that you are capable to implement projects. It's not only reputation for their project. It's very important. Maybe it can be 40 or 20 million of greeners. For you, it will give some results, but for them it's important so that they administer in a good way. And for them it's important to cooperate with the cities for whom they are sure and they understand that they know with whom they can cooperate. And politically, it can be a city mayor or and his deputies. So if the city mayors they can persuade that they are capable, there should be a team that will show that they are capable to implement such project. So thank you for this idea. I heard it today. There's a notion about the reputation of the city, but the reputation of the mayor we didn't hear today. And so we see we needed to think how to build it, how the city becomes communicative and attractive for donors. But if we revise the projects that you implemented in sector by sector, what are the easier ones for involving finances, or they are the same? Did you develop the project yourself or with donors, IFOs, or just the communities are ready to implement the designs? And so I will repeat maybe the topics of those who made speeches before. Every case is separate and unique, easier or more difficult. But for sure, I see with those with whom we work, I would not say they are difficult, but the decisions are taken more longer, or the project starts longer. So let's if there are as partners the state authorities as partners. So this is so it's normal, it's natural. So if we work horizontally as a city with the donor, it goes faster. But we have projects that are administered by the ministries, so it takes more time. But in principle, that the most important to have a strategy. Just to develop some documents, it's not evident, but the city should have a strategy, what to develop, what to build, which sites and what industry. If you have a strategy, so then you can show the donor where you will point it, well you focus it. We had projects, and so we revised it fully for the donors, and they have their experience and they made advices, and we had to revise. But after us, there were communities without PKD. It was easier for them because they received advices directly, and they had the idea of KPI at the beginning, and they started with a very high quality KPI. And some donors they need the KPIs, but they need, for example, quality terms of references. So So it can be the strategy that exists, and for political representation, you should have concrete programs and projects defined in some program documents, and vision, what you should do, what should be the result. It's very important. And on the basis of all this, you can do everything, and you can develop this, and you can discuss with donors. And so in an ideal, you should have some documents, not at the phase of develop of a KPI, but some documents that will show you the economy, the savings or social effect for the budget, and you should have it as the donors and IFOs. They looked at your strategies for them. Did they pay attention to your strategy? Maybe not. Maybe they didn't pay too much. It should be a problem of the city, so that they understand what they need and what they want. The strategy we need is this. I would say that actually we have some difficulties with the strategies. We have tactics adopted to 2027. I would say the document mission up to 2030, so that it would be in the document for the city. In our case, for the last 4 years, only now we see this issue. If this strategy coincides, and maybe this issue started to appear with the reform of PPF. So if we come out a bit of time, and would like to ask you a bit more. The question to you, 3 questions to you. If you have this opportunity to take any decision as a Prime Minister, Minister of Finances, what 3 decisions you would take to make the work with communities easier, with donors and the national budget? Maybe you would have something that would be helpful. The money, money to communities, and three times. So very good and interesting question you put. So Stanislav, as for SPPI and PIPs, I would say what. So the status goes in the good direction, and I'm anxious if this process will not be stopped about the investments of our municipal money. I have feelings that it will not help us to develop our cities. So it's a good discussion. We'll continue on the 4th about the project package of investments. But the priorities for these investments, they are put in your document. They envisage that on the first place we have international grants, international loans, and then the money of the cities. But our cities, they say that they hope that they will get state money, non-repayable, and then there will be loans and grants. But in fact, the logic of this document is not like this, and we'll see lots of surprises. That's what Taras was speaking about this process. But so I think that nothing prevents us from living well, except money. We need to think. It's a very good question. It's so nice that I'm not a politician. So just if you say something, and please contact us in 24 hours. We will give you answers. And we had a very good moment today. Andriy Sukhomlin was speaking about the pricing and that the system of pricing will improve the creation of budgets and it will reduce these unclear things and not understandable system when you don't understand the price of materials and man hours. So it's a big change. And the other element we were speaking with what contracts we use it. Do we use it with the today's rules through Prozoral, where we have lots of details of support of projects where the cities pay money, but they don't get responsibilities, and buying with international requirements, so nobody is responsible. And I would maybe I would like to take out some elements, and because of which we go nowhere. And today's morning we have a very good speech of Yevhen Hlibovytsky. He said we don't need to rebuild, but we need to build from the zero. It will be much more useful. Thank you to all you, and I would like to start a small session of questions and replies. If Yuri is here, you just want to ask a question. So if we have questions and comments, please do it.
Alena Rauk, IC consultant company. This similar question asked by Sviatoslav, but if, for example, Romadas asked for this or that support, if it is not money, what will be the priority? And for us, it's important to see what is really your vision for this equipment, training, soft. What is your vision? What can actually add up for the Hromada competencies? Mykolaiv. We are talking over money, but we don't ask money in our partners. They don't give us money because all the procurements are made by the partners when it is repairs or reconstructions. They actually procure everything. And actually, we don't have money in our budget. And we actually, when we actually have these donor-supported projects, we normally show them in our accounting documents. But for Mykolaiv city, I see it is important today, but it is not only in Mykolaiv. Actually, that is stabilization of energy fed, because we have lots of backup systems. We have lots of generators, solar stations, but today. But for us, it's important to work on the energy conservation. Now we ask questions, our colleagues, we ask these questions, our donors, what do they think about energy conservation projects for our city. We understand that in Kovel, it's probably a different situation. The economy in Mykolaiv city is at the standstill, and We understand we have lots of grant-supported programs, and we really realize it. And now we see that it gives revival for the businesses. But there is a certain number of companies which have no access neither for grants, neither for loans. Actually, these are companies that were damaged or ruined or are at the standstill because their staff and their workers left. And it appears these companies are unbankable because they cannot provide any collateral on the projects, but they cannot get any funding. It's a certain category. It's mid-business companies because $10,000 or 100,000 euros, it will not be a helper for them. We understand that they need huge resources. Actually, when we start these discussions with Denmark, we see that something it's okay, but the cost of financial resources, because they should also ensure some war risks and to pay the interest and to pay the loan as it is. You have mentioned that
проплата, яка здійснювалася в рамках реалізації спільних проєктів з міжнародними організаціями, вони безпосередньо проплачувалися міжнародними.
It's interesting to hear that actually physically you did not have the money on your accounts. Actually, your partners really paid out all the procurements from their accounts. But also for us, it's interesting, your vision. If the municipalities or companies will have to have their procurement run by them companies, whether it will be easier or maybe here you see some bottlenecks. The point is, yes, if for example, my vision that because pricing, because we have administrative costs, material and resources costs, they are cheaper for construction than in partners countries. My understanding that companies, municipalities are ready to have arrangements when they will have this money on their account and they will make procurements and have supplies paid from their accounts. Taras, energy independence. We understand when we speak about generators, it's a sort of a only short-time backup. But for us, it's important to have a sustainable energy independence. What is important for us, training of our staff. A number of research and studies were conducted, a number of surveys were conducted. But me being the city manager, I see that the level of proficiency of our staff to be updated, upgraded and updated. I understand that it is not only a specific feature of our community. It is the actually third year when we think over how we should rehabilitate our waste dumps. But we understand, waste collection is the issue, and for us it's very important to think on ever best solutions when we decided to make it once and with a long term perspective. For us, it's important also to understand how this midterm and long-term thinking could be engaged when we work on the projects, and this will be beneficiary for municipalities. Thank you, Sergei. Thank you, Taras. I hope one day we meet eye to eye, maybe here in Kyiv, maybe in your cities. It would be nice to have the eye-to-eye contact with you and to talk over with you many important talks. Thank you, colleagues. What is left? I have the last session. It will be really short. I invite my colleagues from UNDP and GIZ to present the project, Renewable Energy Solutions. Actually, it is supported by communities because they plan to assemble the standby energy resources. Christina actually mentioned today that the European Investment Bank allocates resources for such like projects. And Alice Ficher and Anna Zhevtenko, you are invited to the stage. And could you please talk over on this initiative? У нас є презентація.
With us, we know this is the last panel and it's a bit late. Nonetheless, we are very happy to be here with you and have the opportunity. So thank you to give us the opportunity for presenting the RES project, Renewable Energy Solutions from EIB. So very quickly, I think I have the remote, and if it works. Yes, it works. So very quickly, a bit of history about the RES program and also why it is important for you to understand it, to understand the long-term perspective of the RES program. So it started in 2023 when the German government, through his international climate initiative known as IKI, started a pilot project with the municipalities. So it was really a pilot project with only 2 million and a few communities were selected. But the idea was to continue the work of the activist NGOs before the war who were supporting critical infrastructures in municipalities and installing renewables. It was in line with the decarbonization and climate goals of Ukraine. This project was very successful. The communities, also due to the damage to the energy infrastructure, understood that renewables is not a question only on decarbonization, but also of energy security. And leading to this, the German government committed 20 million at the COP28 in Dubai to support more communities in Ukraine. But this time they did it with another partner, EIB, the European Investment Bank, and EIB took the 20 million into the IKI fund. This IKI fund now is what you know as the RES program, and it's a little bit complicated in the structure because this is the first seeding of the German government to a fund, but with the wish that for this first seeding, the communities receive this as grants and not as loans. So for this first partnership with the German government, EIB has signed a grant agreement with the government of Ukraine and now asked two partners, institution, UNDP and GIZ, to jointly implement the program. It will end in December 27. And I'm very careful when we talk about the number of municipalities that will be beneficiary, because depending on the scope of the projects in each facility, it will also imply differences in the budget. So this here, very quickly, this is the visual setup. The German ministry have transferred the money to EIB, and EIB, through his two partners, has a funding agreement with us for the technical assistance of this RES, and a cooperation agreement with the government of Ukraine, who in return has a cooperation, a tripartite agreement with the municipalities and UNDP to do the procurement and the installations of the equipment. My colleague Anna here will deep dive a little bit more in this particularity for UNDP, and I will focus only onto what does it mean GIZ technical assistance. So, what does it mean? It means first, we're the first to start with, we heard earlier a lot about feasibility study and project design documentations, the PKDs, the famous PKDs. And this is what we are doing with the communities now, the municipalities. We're supporting them through designers and contractors to develop these very important documents and also have the state expertise. Then, of course, having these documents is not the end. It will be given to UNDP for starting the procurement and the installation, while parallelly we will still support those municipalities with capacities, also mentioned and discussed earlier in the other panels. What does it mean, institutional capacities? We will elaborate a bit later, but this is still a very open and flexible page, because as we heard today, the capacities of municipalities varies from like a big size municipality to a smaller size. The needs or the understanding is also very different from each municipality to another, but also from what they want to achieve in their plans. Additionally to this project, the Ministry of Development of Ukraine has a visionary perspective for the municipalities and the budgetary facilities, which is net billing. We also talked about prosumers earlier in the panels, and prosumers we generally will understand private companies or private entities, associations, but the government, the MINDEV has actually thought that legally, there is a way for municipality facilities to also become net billing and prosumers. And they are really pushing this agenda, supporting the municipalities with this within the RES program. What does that mean? It means that every municipality is participating in the RES program will receive as well the technical and legal and financial support to become prosumers or to at least have access to net billing. And this is not a small task. As we know of today, only one facility, a hospital, has managed to do this. And we call it pilot projects because we will be able, together with UNDP, at every stage of the implementation of the RAISE measures, we will be able to bring back up the obstacles, the bottlenecks, or the gaps in the legal framework so that MINDEV can bring it up and with its partners, various partners at national level, can change either the legal framework or enables some processes. So we're expecting three main impacts on the technical, financial, and legal level. Technical level, I mentioned a little bit earlier, this is this capacity development that we talk about the municipalities, and that will be done jointly with UNDPs on the procurement and installation part, so that the municipalities are capable to manage from A to Z, and from the maintenance, the developing the concept, etc., a renewable project. And for this, we are very humble. We know there are many tools and also many initiatives we heard earlier from the platform, and we are very happy to have been here and heard about them because we're going to connect with them. So what we would like to do is to gather all this big existing support to municipalities and try to put them into a document or into a one-stop shop, so that putting yourself in the shoes of a mayor, you know where to start, or you know who to talk to, or you know how to. And this document, this practical step-by-step guide, would be handed over to MINDEV so that they can use it as standards for their communities, as being the umbrella for all the municipalities in Ukraine. And we're hoping as well to be able to add to it a roadmap to connect to the grid, which is for now still in pilot. As I said, the emerging opportunities for municipalities will then be these prosumer models for those who want to. And we have talked with different municipalities, and they see it as a game changer as well, either in generating income for themselves, or even being able to distribute this excess electricity to other facilities they have among their communities. De facto also reducing the energy bill of the municipality. So we see it as a game changer because on the long term, this could generate potential income for municipalities to reinvest in more equipment, using their own investments, but also having, let's say, a little bit more of know-how and knowledge I don't like this, using this much, but I think it's an important to elaborate bankable projects for their future and their investment in their municipalities. So this is from our part. And now I will hand it over to Anna. Thank you.
Thank you, Elise. Доброго дня, колеги.
I have a brief presentation. It's a very complimentary talk to what Elise said, because we are planning to implement this program together. We will be going shoulder by shoulder in order to implement this program and to have a success. What is important? It's my presentation on the screen. I'd like to say that I will not repeat what has already been said. The main purpose of the program is having the system of renewable energy. Now we would like to cover medical facilities and kindergartens with these programs. We are planning also to actually plans that these facilities will have the status of the active consumer. Energy independence, it's also very important. Alice also has announced partners in these programs. I will not highlight it again. It is important to highlight actually criteria for those who will be in the program. Actually, in this program, we will select the programs that participate in the programs by the European Investment Bank. And with this or other financier, on the slide, you may see the programs, early recovery, municipal infrastructure of Ukraine, program of recovery, the project on energy efficiency of the public structure in Ukraine, and programs of recovery of Ukraine too, and recovery of water supply systems. Actually, for us, it's important that to include the municipalities who have already been engaged in the projects earlier, and then actually they will be supplied with a grant-supported program with the energy renewable energy programs. Here, actually, we include all the components like installation and assembly. We will be using photoelectric systems. We will be using different batteries. With the batteries, these systems could work perfectly, but during blackouts without batteries, these systems don't work. Solar collectors could be installed where it is feasible, and heat pumps. The phases for project implementation are as follows. Initially, they will select the projects amongst the programs that have been already implemented. Step 2, they will prepare cost estimation documents. Then, after readiness of this documentation, UNDP and Ministry of Development will conclude the tripartite agreements. Then UNDP will procure the equipment, will install and assemble it, will commission it, and prepare technical and then all these facilities will be ready to have the status of the active energy consumer. And then, if they have the surplus of the energy, they will be ready to feed it in the microgrids or grids. And what are the benefits for the communities, participants in the project? First of all, they have energy efficient equipment. Also, the costs, power costs will go down. The role of UNDP in this project is as follows. It is more enlarged compared to the technical team effort. We know that programs, technical support for the communities at all the phases of implementation, procurement of equipment, coordination with partners, preparation of the facility for the status of the active power consumer. And here you may see the comprehensive support for the communities from the UNDP, energy efficiency of public buildings. It is one of the programs, participants in which are can also take part in the next projects that we have announced. And in the current status, we have a certain number of objects that we are planning to implement as a grant-supported projects, 19 of those. GIZ actually prepares the relevant documentation for these facilities. UNDP is getting ready for the procurement. And actually, we are ready to be engaged in a technical requalification of those who will be engaged in technical works at the facilities. We are planning to sign agreements next week, and we will be ready to start procurements. Thank you very much for your engagement. Any question? Natalia Fibrich. I am the head of the NGO. How you actually select your communities and actually you said that batteries to be installed. If you plan to have the batteries, why they cannot be installed or why they can be installed? First of all, they will for the projects. We have actually the projects that have been implemented, and we have a number of projects that have been already fully commissioned. And prioritization are schools, kindergartens, and medical facilities. And also one of the prioritization items is areas close to the contact line, because for them it's immediate support they need today. Alternative and renewable energy sources are so critical for these pre-front line areas. Accumulators, it is said that there could be the station with accumulator and without accumulator. And we, with GIZ and technical specialists, we now understand that probably all the stations will be with accumulators given the situation. Elise will add up.
When we first were discussing with EIB construction team of what was the expected scope, there was an understanding that the more the better, of course. And it means that batteries are a key component of renewables because it allows as well during the blackout to be able to use it. And that's the whole purpose as well on the resilience and on the independence, or the energy security for critical infrastructure. This was built on the concept that we did in the previous pilot project, and it worked very well. The scope was even smaller. We had very little, like 30 to 40,000 euro projects on critical infrastructure, which is actually not big, but they all came with batteries, and they all supported enough during the blackout in Ukraine in 2024. So this is the objective, to have it now the same. So we talked earlier about, yes, of course, solar panels is kind of the beloved renewable because it's quick and easy, doesn't take much space. If you have rooftop and yes, in Ukraine, there were studies, even in the winter, you can yield some electricity. I'm not an expert, so if you want to challenge this, please. But what I know versus the summer, of course, but enough to go by, and in time now of emergency in critical infrastructure to be supported, as Anna mentioned, especially along some destructed area, it was important as well to have a focus on the solar panels, which goes with batteries.
Якщо можна, я би поставив під сумнів одну з тез, про яку ви сказали, про місця встановлення цих сонячних панелей.
This is, as you said, quite recently, we contacted Mrs. Klum in the Ministry of Development. Actually, we were discussing the issue where solar panels to be placed, because it's interesting. But in summertime, when they work on a full capacity, for them it's very difficult to understand what do they do in summer season with the surplus energy. If, for example, we have solar panels in medical facilities, it's clear they have more or less equal power supply and power consumption through the year. You said that one of the principles of Hromada coverage is its locality. One of the principles is how they are far from the or close to the contact line. But I understand really when you invest in renewable energy sources, please put more focus on medical facilities rather than kindergartens and educational facilities. Thank you very much for your comments. No doubt we will be taking this into account, but kindergartens do work also in summertime. But also very often resilience centers are organized and based in schools. So they need power, no doubt. Use the microphone, please. Then probably there is a good sense then, for example, the power generated in kindergartens, probably it should be fed to certain mini grids, and then they will feed other critical infrastructure. It will be reasonable for all the communities, and it will be to the benefit of all the locals. Thank you very much. For your comments. We have been discussing these issues, no doubt. It is one of the pathways for the development. I hope after the first 20 millions, in case they will show efficient results, no doubt we will think more how it is better to implement renewable energy sources projects. And no doubt your ideas will be included. Thank you very much for your presentation. I'd like to add the installed capacity, 12% of it today, is the issue. Technical dependence on the Chinese equipment. Maybe you could give us the advice if, for example, we want to diversify our equipment. What will be your advice?
The question to you. I used to work in another project, maybe some of here know from Just Transition, where we looked as well at generating income for the businesses, like niche and new businesses, ideas in the green skills and a green sector. And that was one of the questions, is how could we actually be less dependent on Chinese equipment? This is also a question valid for Europe because we have the same issue. And how could we actually maximize the skills and the potential that is here in Ukraine to create something in Ukraine? So I'll leave this back to you because this is something that we are very interested. As the day of today, as the procurement needs to happen very fast, unfortunately, there are not much other alternatives. But for the maybe not so far future, we really would like to open this chapter with you and like consolidate maybe some know-how, some capacities in Ukraine to be able to also have a local market on renewables. We know already for the heat pump equipment, it's possible. There are already Ukrainian business entrepreneurs that are capable to make it here. But we really would like to open the next chapter with the available entrepreneurs in Ukraine. If I may say something too, back to the question on the electricity production. Yes, we would like to see it as well from a more macro. And we really thank the Ministry of Development and especially Mrs. Krum for pushing the agenda to allow budgetary facilities to also have access to connect to the grid and be part of the net billing. Because what does it mean? It means that any institutions, if the roadmap or if the steps to connect to the grid is simplified and easier to reach, then they can decide on their own. And at municipal level, for having visited both that were supporting critical infrastructure, hospital, critical infrastructure, schools, both are very important for the communities. And we don't want to be here the one who decides which one is more important, but giving the opportunity from the municipalities to get the capacity development, the know-how, together with the investment access through the net billing. And this is the kind of like the framework that we would like to build and allow after as many budgetary facilities as possible to join the program. Not the REST program, but to join the renewable.
Okay, colleagues, thank you very much. If we have any other questions in the room, you could actually address them during the reception, which will be in like 10 minutes. Так, у нас залишилось ще кілька важливих моментів.
Have two more issues. Firstly, now we will have a draw. It's a charity draw. Actually, Leleka got donations over this time of our event. And if you have, we have 19,000 hryvnias. Who is ready to add a bit in order to have 20,000 hryvnias donations? And if it is will be individual donation now, then you will have a much better chance to draw the prize. So the draw is started. Okay, you have scanned the QR code. We had 3 winners. Actually, the order they are given on the floor. It's they have the branded tourniquet, the book recommended by Mr. Hlibovytsky, The History of Europe through 1945, and Leleka brand wine. Please have on the screen the winners. We have 20,223 hryvnias. And amongst all the donations who donated more than 500 hryvnias, we will have a prize draw. We will have 3 winners, as I said. Okay, those who have made donations. Well, I see here the list of the winners. Actually, you have all the prizes today. It's so nice. As we have said, that is branded tourniquet from Leleka. I hope that it will not be a need for you, but thank you. Alexander Vizir. Alexander, actually this book goes to you. And Leleka brand wine, Irina Sukhodub. And for Irina, we have Laleka brand wine. Thank you very much for the donations. And the floor is given to Anastasia. Thank you, Franz. It's my pleasure to have such a forum, and we have a good collection for Laleka. I understand it's nice to have more, but I understand that our event managed at least to give a small support to the military. I'm here for the wrapping up. We had a long day today, and we are here. It's nice to have all of you here in Kiev. We know that we had a massive Russians attack 2 days ago. It's not an easy week. Thank you for all of you. I would like to thank our speakers, participants, all those who joined us, Romadas, representatives. I hope that this event was important for you. You get more knowledge and information. You will get back home, and then you will think over again what can be done in future. Every time when we plan the agenda for our events, normally we would like to have it as an intense incentive for you, because we are together here with you, could actually work more on the advocacy issues when we get to the government, because certain changes to be made, and those who will, those are ready to act. And for us, it's very important. We will be working on this in future. In 1 year, we'll be meeting at our 17th annual meeting. I hope 2026 will be more successful for us. But we understand that on our contribution also lots depends. I hope that this event also will inspire you for your future efforts. For us, it's important to rethink certain issues in order to rebuild what to be rebuilt, what to be reconstructed. And now we invite you for the reception, and you can continue your networking and communication. And that's all.